Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Here.
Councilmember Chavez?
Here.
Councilmember Esparza?
Present.
Councilmember Soria? Council Vice President Arias? And Council President Caprillo.
I am here. Thank you very much. Next is invocation by Pastor Andrew Smith of the Bridge Church. Would you please come forward, sir? Thank you for being here, taking time out of your busy schedule to help us pray today. So let's all stand for the prayer, and then we will address the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Thank you all.
All right. Thank you for the invitation to be here, to be praying for you and over you. So, Lord, your prophet said to pray for the welfare of the city. And that's what we do. You have appointed these men and women, our civic leaders, to care for the needs, the people, the process of this good city in which you're pleased with. And so I ask that you would give them wisdom, discernment, insight, unity today. As they go through the agenda, that they would hear from you and consider what is best for the well-being of the city that you so love. We commit this time, the agenda, and all the discussion to the name of Jesus. And it's in his name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Ready? Salute. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, we're going to move along to the agenda. City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda this morning?
Yes, I have two changes. The first is item 3F, file ID 19-1864. This is a resolution to establish homelessness priorities, and that's going to be removed from general admin and put on consent. And the second item is a ceremonial item, file ID 19-1897. Fresno Regional Workforce Development Board First Quarter Award winner is being removed from the agenda. Those are all the changes I have.
Thank you very much. Would any council members like to make any changes to the agenda this morning? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the agenda? Motion by Member Chavez, second by Member Esparza. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, it passes 6-0. Thank you very much. Next is approval of the minutes. Are there any changes to the minutes of June 13th and approval of the minutes of June 10th and a special meeting notice and budget minutes of June 10 and June 11? Motion by Member Arias, second by Member Soria. Is there any opposition? I see none. It passes 6-0. We'll move on to ceremonial presentations. First is Member Bredefeld. He has a proclamation, an important proclamation, presentation to the Central California Blood Center. The floor is yours, Council Member.
Morning, everyone. Christopher Staub, if you'd come up. Christopher is the president and CEO of the Central California Blood Center. He has a very important message and request for people in the community. I'm going to hand it to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bredefeld. I'd like to introduce you also to our Director of Marketing and Community Development, Arcelia Lacaze.
Hello.
Okay. So thank you. Should we do that? Okay, great. Well, first of all, I want to thank the entire City Council for having us here and for your good governance of our city. Thank you. And it's nice to see you all here this morning. Okay, do you have that button? All right. So, get positioned here. The Central California Blood Center is your blood center. And we have been doing this, what we do, providing blood, collecting volunteer blood donations for 6 decades. We are the blood supply for 5 counties. It's based in Fresno. Our headquarters is on West Herndon, out by the little airstrip over there, and we have other collection sites around the area in North Fresno, in Visalia, and out by Fresno State on Shaw. We are, as I said, responsible for collecting blood donations and providing blood to 5 counties. About 2 million people and about 24 hospitals are using blood products from our blood center. What is the impact of our blood center? Every 2 seconds, someone in the United States needs blood, and yet only about 5 to 10% of healthy, eligible people donate blood. And we tend to be a little short of blood all the time because as soon as it's collected and tested, it ends up going right to the hospitals that need it. It very rarely sits on the shelf on West Herndon Avenue. And so if just 20% of healthy, eligible people donated blood, we would never have a problem. We would never have even the slightest shortage of blood. And it needs to be all the time because it's perishable and it's used all the time. So we always need to have blood on the shelf so that when it's needed, it will be there. The sustainability and safety of a community, so the sustainability and safety, the health of a community depends on that blood supply being present all the time. And the city of Fresno is a critical part of our mission because a lot of city agencies, which we're going to show in a minute, I think are right there, all these city agencies currently support our effort by having blood drives. So we come downtown a lot to do blood drives in all these places. And so for all those who are here today, we thank you who have been involved in these blood drives. So I'm going to turn things over to Arcilia now, and she's going to tell you what we'd like you to consider. Thanks.
So what's the ask? It's pretty straightforward. Our huge part of our mission is to increase awareness for the simple thing of donating blood. So we are constantly looking for blood donors, but what we're also looking for is help in increasing the awareness for our mission, which is to encourage everyone who can donate to become a blood donor. So for those who can't donate, there's other ways that you can help, including just helping us expand our reach. So sharing our mission and our vision with all of your networks, within your own networks, whether it's via social media or other traditional ways of reaching folks. So we are looking to expand our touch points into the community. We are looking to have supporters come alongside us and help us get the word out about what we do. So we have some ideas there, but essentially what we're asking for is to help us get in front of people, help us get people to understand the importance of being a blood donor. It takes time and effort to educate folks on why they should be blood donors, and we don't always have access to all the platforms that we would want to have access to. So really what we're asking for is to come alongside us, help us get the word out. Of course, our first choice would be for all of you to be blood donors, but we understand that for a variety of reasons, not everyone can donate blood, so we ask for your support in other ways. So, thank you.
Thanks, Arcilia. I'd just like to say one more thing. About 60,000 blood donations are needed every year just in our region, just in your region. And so about 5,000 units of blood a month are needed by our hospitals. During most of the year, we manage to collect that many without too much difficulty because of the vast support we get from schools and churches and businesses and community groups. But when the summertime comes, schools are out, people go on vacation, people feel it's too hot to go outdoors, and so the donations drop off. And we really struggle to get those 5,000 units a month, especially June, July, and August. And that's why we asked to come down here, and again, we thank you, Councilman. So I ask you, especially now, to help us guarantee that blood will be on the shelf when it's needed. The last 3 weeks, there have been a lot of need for blood, a lot of needs for blood, a lot of trauma, a lot of people in the community needed blood, and the blood needed to be on the shelf. And so I would just, again, thank you for considering coming out and donating blood and sharing this message with your friends, your family, your colleagues, and everyone you know in your community. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So the best way to tell you how to donate and where to donate is if you go to our website, donateblood.org, so it's easy to remember, donateblood.org. There's a link right there that tells you all of our locations and the times that they're open. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all the good work, and donate blood if you can, because they need the help. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you very much. A great organization, a great cause, and I hope a lot of people in Fresno answer the call and respond to your ask. Okay, next on our agenda is council member reports and comments. If you'll please punch up. Member Bredefield, you're first.
Yes, I wanted to ask the city attorney about our no camping ordinance. There's been some speculation that we are not enforcing the no camping ordinance. And I've been under the impression that's not the case. Now, I've looked at some of the numbers. It seems like the numbers in terms of contacts and trying to get people into programs or ensuring that they're not camping out on property at night, those numbers seem to have dwindled. But I want some clarification. Are we enforcing this in light of this ruling that took place, or has that changed?
Well, first of all, we corrected the ordinance to make it consistent with Ninth Circuit law. In other words, you can't arrest anybody or cite somebody for camping unless there is a bed available. And our ordinance reflects that before you would cite or arrest somebody, you'll check and see if a bed is available. Now, there are various ways of enforcing. It could be collect your things and move on. It could be transportation to housing somewhere, or it could be arrest or citation. And we have provided a legal memo to the police department reminding them of the law and where we are with the Ninth Circuit decision. Now, as far as what is actually being enforced, that's up to the police department.
Okay, but so you're saying it is in effect. Are there typically beds available?
I can't tell you that.
Okay, Chief, are you able to tell us anything about it? Because I want to make sure that we are enacting this no camping ordinance in light of this ruling, that we're not sitting on our hands, because I see a lot of potential encampments starting up, and I'm not sure we're enforcing the no camping ordinance.
The no camping ordinance is being enforced. The law states that as long as there is a bed available for those individuals, then they, in fact, we can enforce that no camping ordinance, and we do. The goal, obviously, when we come in contact with these individuals, number one is to get them to take advantage of services, which less than 1% of those individuals we contact actually take advantage of them. Two is to get them to take their belongings and move on. And if there is a lot of debris there, blight, then we utilize our sanitation to clean that up. If those individuals refuse to move or to take advantage of the services, then the no camping ordinance is in fact enforced. I don't know what the percentage is of those, but I can tell you that the people we contact aren't taking advantage of services. And so we constantly move those individuals from place to place within the city. And we just performed one on Wednesday behind Hyde Park. It was a huge encampment that had developed there with RVs, vehicles, tents. It had to be a 30-day notice given to those individuals. All of that was cleaned up on Wednesday.
Good, because I'm concerned that it seems to me there are some mini encampments starting. It seems like I've noticed it over the last several months, and then I've inquired, and I thought, hopefully erroneously, or I heard erroneously, that we weren't enforcing the no camping ordinance.
No, we are. It's the problem is, I think, there are so many. In so many parts of the city where the visibility of these individuals that are out camping or panhandling, whatever the case is, the calls for those individuals, the calls for service, the demand on our homeless task force and sanitation is so much that we're just not able to meet those needs. It's a very difficult task, and we try to focus on a particular area. It pops up another place. We focus on that area. The individuals that we do cite, I will tell you this, most often they don't show up in court.
Sure.
And when they don't show up in court and a warrant's issued for their arrest and they do go to court, there's no consequences on the part of whatever judge may be hearing that. So there are no consequences, and the work is more than we can handle.
Right. So, I didn't plan on getting into this part of it, but you mentioned not having enough resources. We're looking at budgets today, and we've had you up here talking about CSOs and police officers and 911 dispatchers, but we didn't talk about your homeless task force, and I can only imagine that you're inundated with requests. I see them all over the place. I can't imagine. And you have how many folks in your homeless task force?
We have 5 officers that are assigned to that, and 1 sergeant.
Okay.
And for the entire city. Officers that are out there in the field, they do what they can in between calls for service. But the reality is those 5 officers with that sergeant are they're overwhelmed with service requests.
Okay. And so, again, my request of you is if this council was so willing to support you with increasing homeless task force officers, you would need do you have any sense of what you would need? Forget about whether this council is going to do it or not. What would you need, Chief?
Honestly, I think you're going to need a homeless task force in every policing district, in all 5 of those policing districts. What that number is, 2 officers, 4 officers per district. So certainly Southwest would maybe need 4, maybe Northeast, Northwest 2 each. So it would depend, but you'd have to, in order to effectively deal with it, you'd have to probably triple the homeless task force, if not quadruple.
So that's an important point that you're making, because I think the number one thing we get calls about are homeless folks, panhandlers, people breaking into their properties. I just met with your homeless task force leader yesterday along where Costco and Home Depot is. They're building up more encampments there. They're breaking into businesses. They're defecating all over the street. And we need more resources to give you to deal with this problem. And it's in all of our districts, and yet we're not giving you not one officer, not one homeless task force officer. We got a lot of things going on, and we're funding, but we're not funding what we should be funding, and I think it's outrageous.
Yeah.
All right. But thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman.
Chief, since you're up here, can you be more specific? How many people have you actually cited, arrested, or prosecuted for being homeless under this ordinance?
I don't have those numbers before me. I'll have to get those for the council. I can tell you that is not what we're trying to do, is to cite more people.
I understand that, but do you have any ideas? Is it in the teens, in the hundreds?
I would say that we're in the, difficult to say, but we prosecute all those through the city attorney's office, so Larry Donaldson would have those numbers, but I haven't seen the latest on those. I get quarterly reports, and we may have a handful on a quarterly basis. But generally, we've probably done somewhere around 30 or 40, or somewhere in that vicinity.
By any chance, do you know how many available beds we have currently for homeless folks that would otherwise not be cited if they chose to take the bed?
The beds vary in terms of availability. The beds that we look at is either the Poverello or the Rescue Mission. I do know that there were beds. I don't recall a time when a bed wasn't available, and I don't know how many beds. But I know when our homeless task force calls, that's the first thing they do. When they encounter one of these individuals, they check to see if there is bed availability. I don't know of any time, at least that they've conveyed to me, where a bed was not available for them.
Thank you, Chief.
Council, I have some of the information you were asking for. We have 8 pending cases for violation of the no camping ordinance from January 1st of this year to the present. 2 of the 8 cases, citations issued in late December of 2018, but pending in 2019. 3 of the 8 cases have been dismissed. There were 6 cases cited since January of 2019 in January and February, and no citations are issued since February.
No citations since February?
That's what it says.
Yeah. And I think I can tell you what I believe happens when there's no consequences. The officers choose other alternatives to solve that problem out there in the field. So if people are being cited, don't show up for court, or cited and they do show up for court and there are no consequences, then they're going to look for other alternatives in order to address the problem that they face.
So to be clear, officers are actively using their discretion.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that Mr. Donaldson, who is the lawyer there. One of the concerns I had is that he might have been conveying, and maybe erroneously so, that your officers shouldn't really be enforcing the no camping ordinance. And I've noticed that the numbers have dropped off since February. I don't know why those numbers would have dropped off, because the problem is pervasive and it's everywhere. So has he conveyed that we're not, in light of that court ruling?
No, there is no deviation in terms of direction that I've given to shy away from enforcing the no camping ordinance.
Okay.
But I do give that discretion to the officers. And I do know that over the last month, they've been heavily focused on the Hyde Park area and doing some things there, or behind Hyde Park. That's committed a lot of our resources. So that could be, why part of it is. I don't know. I'll check in and do it.
Okay, I appreciate it, Chief.
Thank
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Member Bredefield. Any other council members on council comments? This is your opportunity. Okay, we see none. We'll move on. We'll go to the consent calendar. Would any council member like to pull an item for discussion? If anything is pulled, we will hear the contested consent items at 1:30. I see no one's going to pull anything. We'll go to the public. Would any member of the public like to speak on the consent calendar only? If you do, you have 3 minutes after you give us your name and address. Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment on the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar? Motion by Member Soria, seconded by Member Chavez. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, it passes 6-0. We have a timed item. It is a 9 a.m. joint meeting of the Fresno Revitalization Corporation and the City of Fresno in its capacity as a housing successor to the Redevelopment Agency. City Attorney, are we ready on that one? Oh, good morning, Marlene. Good to see you. I just announced our item, and it's the floor is yours. Thanks for being here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Regarding our budget for the housing successor, the primary source of funds for the successor's 1920 budget is a 20% share of the city agency loan repayment, followed by loan proceeds, and then a small loan repayment from our former housing rehab program. The budget reflects about $7.5 million in carryover and anticipates income of about $850,000 from that 20% set-aside share of city agency loan repayment. $600,000 in loan proceeds and $50,000 in the small loan repayment. So the total combined carryover in income is about $9 million. From this amount, about 6.2 is encumbered for approved projects at Blackstone and McKinley and at Annandale and Elm, and a small infill project in Lowell. As you know, Annandale Elm is underway, and it's expected that the Blackstone and McKinley project will close escrow soon, probably in the fall. Regarding expenditures, SB 341 provides for 2% of our assets for O&M. In our case, that's $560,000. We've reduced that to $500,000, and that includes personnel, legal, and O&M. That includes affordable housing, covenant compliance, required audits, and so forth. SB 341 also sets forth deadlines to develop affordable housing on real property that we own. So we began in 2012 with 80 parcels, and we have initiated, facilitated, and completed affordable housing development on 64 of those parcels. So the remaining 16, we have 8 that in Southwest Fresno that are under negotiation for single-family development, and 1 on Ventura that is under a purchase and sale agreement. They're doing due diligence on that project now. In FY 1920, the available program income is about $2.1 million, and we'll aim to continue to initiate housing on our real property. You'll recall that 30% of program income must be spent on housing occupied by extremely low-income households. That is 30% of AMI. And no more than 20% can be spent on households earning 60 to 80% of AMI. So we are in compliance, and we will take care to continue to be in compliance. That's a very important requirement. The state can sanction our funds if we fall out of compliance. I've also included in the packet the housing asset transfer budget. In February 2014, the Sacramento Superior Court approved funds to carry out specific enforceable obligations, activity and affordability compliance, and these funds are set aside for that purpose. And then lastly, your packet contains the annual report. It's detailed information for the reporting period of FY 17-18 regarding description of expenditures and so forth. Its primary purpose is to enable the state to monitor us to make sure we are in compliance with meeting extremely low affordability test, the excess surplus funds test, and the development of housing on our real property. And it's posted on our website. Thank you. If you have any questions, happy to answer.
Well done as usual, Marlene. Thank you very
you.
much. Appreciate that. Anyone in the public wish to comment on the Fresno Revitalization Corporation and the items that were just addressed by Ms. Murphy? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do we have a motion to approve? Motion by Member Chavez, seconded by Member Soria. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, passes 6-0. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marlene.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on now to the budget items. Today, we're voting on these budget items. So what that means is the council is going to take a vote on the item as they were motioned. We had public comment last Tuesday when all these items were motioned and discussed, so there'll be no public comment today on the motioned items that are in existence. Now, if there are new motions on new items, then that will be open to the public. So with that in mind, we'll go on to item number 1, set aside $1 million for a senior center. Sponsored by Soria and Arias.
Motion number 1?
Yes.
Yeah, so I just want to make one revision to the motion. So it would be $1 million for a specific senior center, and the money that we've identified has been the carryover when we reconcile the funds for this fiscal year. Usually and typically we do it at the end of this year or at the beginning. So we'd like to use those as identification to cover the cost of the $1 million to move forward with the senior center.
Second, I agree to that amendment.
Council, if I could help to clarify to make sure we're all clear. So it's $1 million contingent upon there being a surplus from this year, and then it will be the first $1 million of that surplus.
Yes.
Would it be, with my colleagues, do you wish to vote electronically or just yea and nay? Any opposition? Sorry? Okay. Is there any opposition to motion number 1? Seeing none, it passes 6-0. Thank you very much. Motion number 2, reclassify $1 million from Affordable Housing Fund to Parks budget, sponsored by Member Chavez, seconded by President Capriolio.
Thank you, President Capriolio. Just one quick amendment to that to identify the source funding from either CDBG or general fund. Allow staff to have that flexibility. And part of this, because I know I've been working with our folks with the Subseda, is to include the portion of there to help with the grant requirement for Prop 68.
And of course, I support that as well. We'll call for the question. Is there any opposition to motion number 2?
I have one question. Councilmember Chavez, just to clarify, so we're not taking it from the $1 million?
That's correct.
Okay.
The funding source will be from CDBG or general fund.
Great.
Is there any opposition to motion number 2? Seeing none, passes 6-0. Member Esparza, you did punch up. I'm sorry, I didn't catch it earlier. Did you want to make a comment now? Or?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to, amend some of the motions, add and delete. So I do want to withdraw motion number 5.
Number 5?
Yeah, it's my first action.
Withdrawn, okay.
I want to amend motion number 41. So the initial motion was to match the operating budgets for council with the mayor's office. I'm now proposing that the council operating budget be 97% of the mayor's operating budget, which amounts to roughly over $700,000. And that $700,000 is an increase split evenly between all the 7 council districts. With $50,000 allocated in this budget and the remaining balance for each council district added at the mid-year carryover.
Any other changes to your motion, sir?
Yes. I did want to make a new motion, $300,000 towards capital project PW 23006.
I'll second that.
And I want to move that from fiscal year 23 to fiscal year 21. And to get a little more specific, I want to amend PW 2306 to reflect only First Street only between McKinley and Olive. And the remainder of that project will be separated into its own project.
Is there a second on that motion? Seconded by Member Chavez.
And then, I have one more. I did want to make the motion for 5 CSOs in the police department.
Second.
That's a new motion?
That's a new motion. So the last one, the last 2 motions I made were new motions. The first 2 I made were amendments. And that'll conclude my comments for now. We'll go through it as we go along.
Very good. Thank you much. Moving on to motion 4.
Actually, we're in motion 3, Councilmember. Caprioli.
Thanks, Louis.
Yes.
Teamwork, buddy. All right. So we'll go to motion number 3, and that's grant writing consultant for parks funding.
Council President Caprioli, I'd like to withdraw my motion. We're adding additional funds in the parks budget, so that should be covered with that additional allocation of motion 2. So at this time, I'd like to withdraw item number 3.
Thank you very much. Item 4, funding for additional police officers, service dispatchers, etc. This is by Member Bredefield, second by Member Arias.
Yes, I'd like to call the police chief up, discuss this. Yeah, the motion is for 15 police officers, 10 emergency dispatch positions. And I would like to speak to you. Excuse me. We had this conversation out here before about what the need was for the police department, and there was a discussion about CSOs, community service officers, 911 dispatchers, since currently, is it still 10 to 15 minute wait on 911?
We, as of last week, 911 calls were being answered within 15 seconds, 80% of the time.
Okay.
We still experience long wait times on certain 911 calls during peak hours. Some of those wait times can be up to 5 minutes. Generally, we're not having them extend beyond that as we did in the past, but we are having extended wait times on 911 calls up to 5 minutes.
Okay, and we got 8 more officers, but dispatchers. Budgeted last time. Where's that? Have they been hired yet? Are they working yet?
There was a delay in the hiring process for those dispatchers. They were not funded until February, and we are now just received the list that will allow us to start that hiring process. In the meantime, we were able to hire dispatchers on the attrition side. and those dispatchers are currently in training. As it stands today, we have 10 vacancies, and I believe we have another 10 dispatchers that are on long-term absence, and then we have 8 that are in training that will be released here August, September.
Okay. And then you had talked about CSOs and the need for those. And I asked you when I called you to discuss this, how many CSOs would you need in order to address obviously what's going on where people, have break-ins and cars breaking in, officers not available to come out. And can you talk about the need and, if there was no budget issues versus, okay, if there are budget constraints, what would it be?
Well, I can tell you, as an organization, we have priority zeros that are life-threatening calls and priority ones, which is in-progress incidents. We do a good job of getting those calls in a timely fashion. Those are police officer calls. Where we lack as an organization is when a crime occurs, like a burglary or a theft, burglary of a residence, a vehicle, a car is stolen, someone breaks into a business somewhere, getting a response in a timely fashion to them. We created the customer service unit. We utilize cadets. Those cadets are the ones that go out and handle it. The challenge with that is there's such turnover with the cadet program. The cadets go into the academy periodically. We have to pull them out, retrain them, etc. The benefit of a community service officer is that they would remain in that position, the customer service unit, consistently. So in the budget, there was a initial request and discussion with the city manager's office of 20 CSOs for this customer service unit. Those CSOs primarily would be handling those types of low-level calls, and we would be augmenting them with our cadets in an ideal world.
Okay. And you said, I think, that you felt CSOs were kind of a top priority for you, even more than the 911 dispatchers. Is that accurate?
Well, given the fact that we still have those 10 vacancies that we're going to fill, and we have some folks in training, so, I'm looking at it from a perspective of how long is it going to take to get more dispatchers, those trained. So I would say there's still a need, but whether or not we're able to handle additional dispatchers starting in July, if I stood up and told you we couldn't. We don't have the capacity yet, but we will perhaps in 6 to 8 months.
Okay. And then, in light of what you had mentioned about the homeless task force, and you could quadruple this task force, which is 5 officers, you said, have them in other areas. Where's that rank in terms of the needs that you have for CSOs and 911 dispatchers? And by the way, when you and I talked, you said you thought initially you would, ideal world, 20 CSOs, but 10 would make a difference. Is that correct when we had that conversation?
In an ideal world, that's what gets you to the place where there's going to be very little wait time on the part of a citizen. You're going to spread those CSOs out over about a 16 to 20 hour a day, 7 days a week. So 20 doesn't go very far. You end up with maybe, additional 6 CSOs on a shift on a day. So, but that's a significant help. There was a time in our department where we had, I believe it was 64 community service officers. And though during the recession we lost all 64. And so we tried to build back. Today we have authorized 6. I actually have 5. But none of those CSOs are out there going out and handling the reports. Those are restricted to cadets at this point.
Okay. And Chief, when you make your, all department heads come in and make requests as this budget process comes in, I don't know what your request was. What were some of the requests that you had?
Well, the initial requests that come in from the various bureaus in the department through the deputy chief to me are astronomical. We cull those down before we even get into the budget process. We cull them way down. And then we start looking at what are the critical needs and what are the must-haves. We don't even get to those things below that are would would be good to have. And so I believe in this budget we had looked at 20 officers that we were requested.
20
traffic
sworn officers? 20
yes.
sworn?
And again, in an ideal world, if that's what you're trying to do and we're trying to build our organization up. But, I understand the budget restraints. And I know that every other department in this city has needs as well. But I can tell you that, what we brought forth was what we thought to be critical needs and must-haves.
So you requested 20 sworn officers. Did you request CSOs or 911?
Yeah, there were actually more officers than that because some of them was for, we had, I believe, 1 sergeant, 20 officers, and then 4 traffic officers that would be partially funded.
Okay.
But, and then the CSOs was 20, yes.
20 CSOs, about 24 police officers, roughly.
Sergeant and 24, so
right.
25.
Okay, so 44 law enforcement personnel. And how many did you get in this budget?
Well, it's not final.
Well, what's been proposed by the mayor? How many have you got?
We did not, to my knowledge, receive any positions being funded other than the 15 police officers that were being funded on a grant, federal grant. That federal grant went away, so the general fund had to pick up a significant portion of those 15 officers.
Okay, but no new officers.
But no new officers, right. Correct,
okay.
Or civilians.
Okay.
Other than the 8 that we got mid-year last year of dispatchers.
For dispatchers. Okay, that Councilmember Soria and I pushed forward, and I appreciate. So I would like to amend my motion because I think it's outrageous that we have no law enforcement personnel, no sworn officers, no CSOs, no 911 dispatchers in this budget, no officers for homeless task force. We got a lot of extraneous things that I think we'll get into, but nowhere where the priority is in beefing up our law enforcement, yet the number 1 calls we get are about crime, homeless, panhandling, and everything else. So we've ignored that as a city and as a budget. So I'd like to make a motion to hire 5 police officers, sworn officers, which is approximately $500,000 roughly. Is that accurate, Chief?
For incoming officers,
Henry?
probably somewhere, Henry, do you?
We would budget it at a recruit.
What?
At a recruit position.
Yes.
So that would bring it down just a bit.
Okay.
Well, roughly about, we'll say 100,000. I've talked about 5 CSOs. I think they're at 65,000. That would be about $325,000 and 5 911 dispatchers, which would be 9 months, because you said you could hire them in October as opposed to now, the 911 dispatchers.
Yeah, and even the police officers, there's a ramp-up time of everything, so it would probably be, we generally fund police officers positions at 9 months.
Okay.
We figure October 1.
Okay, well, I figured 500 at a 12-month. That comes to just simply $1.1 million, $1,125,000. There are a number of funding sources for this. If we were to take $700,000 of the interest bearing from the reserve, that's $700,000 ongoing revenue. Councilman Arias and I talked about cutting lobbyists. I know that's not well received amongst other people, but I would be willing to support cutting our federal, state, and water lobbyists, which is $300,000. I believe there will be some of the code enforcement going under the attorney. The rental housing inspection was started up at $1.7 million. There will be salary savings. Somebody is leaving who makes a lot of money there. And so I think you could probably reduce that number to $500,000. But whether or not you could not do that, we also budgeted in this budget property tax at 2.9%. The reality is that over the last 3 years, it has come in actual at 6%. The economy is thriving. We're not in a recession. So that is probably $3 million that will come in that has not been actually budgeted. Now, is that accurate to the budget analysts? I'd like to ask you.
Based on the information that is in the proposed budget, yes, it is accurate.
Okay, so there's $3 million that is not budgeted that will likely come in just based on 3 years of actual data from prior budgets. And I understand from Mr. Dictos, the county auditor, that he's predicting it will be 6% as well. These are not numbers that I'm making up. This is our history. This is what is being forecast. And so if those areas that I pointed out in terms of the $700 reserves, interest-bearing, it's just interest-bearing, or the lobbyists aren't there, or the salary saves isn't there, the administration can pull this money to fund these officers there. Now, it comes down to the question of the will of the council. Do we want to fund advanced peace and other things, or do we want to fund officers who can go out and deal with panhandlers and the homeless who are in all the neighborhoods and growing? Do we want to have people on the phone for 15 minutes on 911? And do we want to give our police the resources through community service officers when there is a crime that somebody can actually come out and take a report? So I think it's been outrageous that nothing has been included in this budget. It is a shame. And
Councilmember Butterfield,
I'm not done yet. No, I'm not done. It's a shame that none of this is included. And I've been very critical of the mayor for not putting law enforcement in here. Now, there may be hopes that there's going to be a public safety tax down the road. I don't know. But we shouldn't bank on that. We should focus on what we have. And law enforcement should be funded. And it's a damn shame that it's not being funded in this budget. And 5 CSOs is not enough. So that's my motion.
All right, Member Arias, you had a moment.
Thank you. Just to be clear, Councilmember Butterfield, you're amending your original motion?
Yes.
Okay, so since I seconded the original motion, I have to agree to the amendment. Before I do that, or consider that, I want to get a couple of things clear.
Sure.
Chief, how many vacancies do we have in the police department now?
I believe we are operating right around 11. When you combine the cadets that are in the academy, the police officers that we have that are in the field, we're right around 11 vacancies at this point.
11 vacancies. How many vacancies do we have of emergency dispatchers?
There are 10 vacancies, which we would have filled, but we just got the hiring list recently. We're starting that process.
And those additional dispatchers were approved last year, correct?
February of this year was when the funding was approved, yes.
Okay.
So we've been working on those, and then since that time we had attrition, people that retired from the department. So we have been filling those positions. Now we have a new list to fill the additional 10.
And typically, how much money does a police department's budget save based on attrition a year? Vacant positions, retirements, how much wiggle room do you have in extra funds a year?
We're probably somewhere around the 2%.
What's the total for that?
About 2% of our personnel. I don't know what that dollar comes out to, but it's probably around 4.
Yes.
Do you know the suite about $4 million?
So it's about $4 million annually that we know, based on normal attrition, there's vacant positions, retirements that exist in the police budget?
Yes, and that's anticipated attrition, right?
Great, thank you. Can we speak to the mayor? Mayor, can you come up for a question?
Perfect. I appreciate you doing that. I was just going to call
Thank
on.
you.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I had to get to the guy with the badge first.
Yeah, and I wanted him to address Councilmember Butterfield's comments in terms of what he opted to include in the budget. So.
Correct. And Mayor, the one question I have for you, since I have the floor, is simply, you heard Councilmember Butterfield's motion. In your opinion, can we afford that motion on an ongoing basis?
No, and let me explain. First of all, that motion, there's so many here are legitimate. If we had the money to work with it, it would be money well invested. So this budget process started months ago. It went through several iterations. Each time we kept stretching and stretching our assumptions. For example, property tax. Maybe it was a range of 130 to 140 based on muni services and our track record and Jane's mathematics. In the end, we picked all the high numbers, the maximum of our credibility that we could recommend these. To put things in perspective, the 5 budget years we're talking about, the revenues total $2.6 billion. Based on the conversations I had with the council members yesterday, incorporating their motions, now there's changes now, but as of yesterday, we ended up on year 5 at about $1.9 million in the positive. That's 1/10 of 1%. would be absolutely fiscally irresponsible and reckless to make assumptions beyond that. Not just on that, but anything that goes beyond that. We've been successful. We came a long way from the days of the recession when we were junk bond status. We got good credit. And doing these kind of moves, too, will also affect our credit rating. It doesn't speak to the need of these items, which I would never argue we don't need them, but we simply don't have the funds for them. And so the long-term answer, really, the long-term answer for public safety, for parks, for streets, for sidewalks, is ultimately a ballot measure in 2020 that would address the shortfall that the city has to meet the legitimate needs of the city. And everything I've heard up here represents, well, most everything, legitimate needs, including public safety.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. I know sometimes we get caught off in political rhetoric, and some folks might describe me as a tax spend liberal, but clearly the mayor of Fresno, whose financial advice I trust, has indicated that we cannot afford this ongoing. Councilmember Esparza made a motion to add 5 community service officers, which is an additional 5 positions to the budget. Given that we have additional officers being recommended and that we cannot afford Councilmember Redderfield's motion, as indicated by the administration, I will withdraw my second and not support the amendment on the floor.
So their motion by Member Bredefeld, the second was withdrawn. I don't hear another second to that motion, so that motion fails for lack of a second.
Well, can I
We'll
address
move on
something?
to item number 6.
Councilman Caprielli, I'd like to ask a question to the budget analyst.
Well, it's moved. I'm sorry, sir.
I would like to address what the mayor said, and that's why I want to ask the budget analyst. I understand the motion is not going to pass, but I still want to ask a question.
Okay, at the end of our motions, you can ask the question.
No, I
need
want to
move
ask
on.
the question now. We're talking about the
All right,
motion.
we're going to
I
take a
want
5-minute
address it.
recess, please.
Fine, go ahead. No, I'm not going outside.
Wow, expensive. I don't think it addresses it. I mean, she's lucky. But that's part of his motion. Motion failed anyway, but.
That's at $700,000, right?
Yes.
That's in play as far as whether to add the reserve or not.
I thought that was money that was allocated this year. He's talking about interest earned on accounts that are current in reserve.
I think that's where that's $700,000 comes from. It's interest on reserve.
Has anybody looked at this?
We're going to reconvene at this time. After further discussion, Member Bredefield is limited to one question. Sir?
Yeah. Thank you, Council President. Mr. Budget Analyst, the mayor said that there is no money, that the $3 million that you said actually would exist doesn't exist. And I'd like you to clarify whether he is correct or not, or you are incorrect or not.
When you look at one revenue source that is in your general fund, the largest revenue source, which is property tax, and you look at the actual increase that has ensued over the last 5 completed fiscal years, 4 years, change over change, that number is 5.1%. So when you compare the actual amounts that are in your budget documents going back into history on an actual basis, as reported in the budget, there's 5.1% growth for 5 completed fiscal years, for 5.1% per year. Looking at the 2.9% that is estimated for the coming fiscal year in fiscal 1920, that's less than the 5.1%. Now, there are a lot of things that go into the calculation of property tax. A couple of anomalies right now are the number of AB8 properties that are on the roll, or Prop 8 properties that are actually on the rolls, and those are properties that are valued below the Prop 13 base. So those properties, to the extent the assessed valuation in the city of Fresno increases, can go up more than the statutory limit set by Prop 13, which is 2%, up to get you more than 2%. The other anomaly right now is the Redevelopment Property Tax Trust Fund, otherwise known as RIPTIF, where property taxes are being received as former obligations for the former redevelopment agency are being paid off. So as the obligations for the former redevelopment agency are paid off, those funds are translated back into property tax, and that will help your property tax grow as well, to the extent Fresno receives a portion of the AB8, which is something less than 1%. So those two things, combined with the real growth in property tax, could mean that your property tax will come in at more than 2.9%.
Which is the $3 million that you talked about. So the mayor is wrong, and whether he wants to budget it or not, that's up to him. But it is there. It has been there for the past 3 years, and our county assessor, who has no stake in the game, says it's going to be 6%. Whether it wants to be budgeted, that's another issue. Thank you. And thank you, Council President.
You're welcome.
And excuse me, I would take issue with that. There are also other factors that have not been mentioned in that the slowdown of the overall real estate market, and that there's no guarantee that that previous 5 years when we were coming out of the recession and recovering those prices will continue. And that is why we have taken that conservative stance as far as the property tax. I would also point out that assessed value is no guarantee that people will actually pay their property taxes. And so assessed value is not a direct correlation between that and an increase in the actual property tax revenues. So I would take issue with some of those statements.
All right, folks, thank you much. Thank you much. So, motion 4 fails for lack of a second. Motion 5 was withdrawn. We're going to motion 6, add $85,000 for a fire inspector. And that is Member Soria, seconded by Member Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. Just want to make an amendment or modification to this motion. So I want the record to reflect that for fiscal year 20 budget, we will put funding for 6 months of the position, which will become available January of 2020. So the total will be $42,500.
So your
So
motion
half.
is amended to reduce $85,000 to $42,500
Yes.
in the second, your position? You agree? All right. Is there any opposition to item 6? Seeing none, passes 6-0. Thank you. Number 7, add $10,000 to leverage $50,000 grant for community choice energy. Member Chavez, seconded by Member Esparza.
Thank you, President Capriolio. In lieu of conversations with the mayor, they've identified the money already, and I'll be withdrawing, so they will be working with Community Choice to do the study already.
Thank you very much for that concise response. Item number 8, set aside $500,000 from UB&C to remodel for City Hall security. This is Member Arias, seconded by Member Soria.
Thank you, Member Council President Capriolio. As you know, these funds are allocated for the upgrading of security at City Hall, including metal detectors. Personally, I don't support the idea of putting metal detectors in City Hall in order to come in, but the will of the council and the administration and the staff is different, so I will honor their request and withdraw my motion.
All right, that motion is withdrawn. We're going to take things out of order a little bit. Member Soria has a commitment. So with that in mind, we'll go to a couple of items she has motioned. We did item 6. Let's go to item 9,
Which is
the next item we have scheduled, to add $800,000 for completion of the quiet zone.
Thank you, Council President. So yes, I would like to just amend my motion so that the record reflects that for the cost of the $800,000, I will be allocating $100,000 of the District 1 infrastructure dollars and working with the administration to ensure Public Works provide the $700,000 match for that in this next fiscal year, looking at resources, including part of the carryover that will happen later in the year.
Any comments by council members? Member Bradfield?
Yeah, Councilmember Soria, could you explain a little bit about the completion of that quiet zone for the public?
So for the last couple decades, the neighborhoods in the central part of the city have been requesting a creation of a quiet zone. The quiet zone exists throughout the city except for 2 intersections. We have done some initial studies that have given us the cost, which amounts to $800,000, and it would essentially be for safety upgrades so that we can officially create it into a quiet zone.
Thank you.
Screen is clear. My only comment would be, is there a way we can share that obligation, since it's part of the railroad zone and the railroad itself, as well as the school district? So I would urge you to consult with them before our next meeting. It might save you some money in the budget process.
I will definitely see if we can contact the railroad, but I think that the cost is on us in terms of the safety upgrades, but I am happy to do that before the following meeting, but I'd like to continue with the motion.
That's great. With that amendment, Member Esparza, do you agree?
Sounds great.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, it passes 6-0. Next is item 10. I made that motion. I'll withdraw that motion. Then we'll go to item 13, develop a plan to address apartment dwellers, commercial users' access and use of convenience centers. And that is by Member Soria.
Yeah, so I just want to give an update on that. We've met with the administration and would like to withdraw the motion because they are committed that there'll be funding in the existing budget to create this plan.
Thank you. Your next item is number 16, transfer code enforcement to the city attorney's office.
I thought we were doing Councilmember Soria's.
You can go ahead.
Let's run with it.
Oh,
yes. So number 16, I did provide the amendments to this this motion in number 27. So we're kind of just knocking out 2 birds with 1 stone. This would move essentially code enforcement, the neighborhood revitalization team, the rental inspection program, 80 programs, and the $10+ million over to city attorney's office to operate under that department.
And I want to go on the record again stating that the administration does not support this. We laid out a plan whenever the mayor rolled out the budget at the end of May about the slow separation of neighborhood services and code enforcement. I've asked all of you what you feel the issue is, that why you think moving it under the attorney's office is going to solve what problem. No one's really told me what problem we have. And if it's a personnel-related issues and you think moving it under the attorney's office will address that, I question why moving that part of the department under the attorneys would help with those personnel matters when we can't handle that from where it is under my leadership. So again, I question that. And I know, Mayor, do you want to speak to that as well?
So to clarify, I think we've given City Attorney Doug Sloan some responsibility and resources with the asset program. I think I can speak for all the council members when I say we're very happy with the results he's produced for us, and we'd like to scale that and see what he can do with the full $10 million budget. And as far as issues, I think, again, and my colleague, feel free to speak up, but I think we, as a whole, as a body, take some issue with some of the responsiveness level, and so we feel we will get that responsiveness out of the city attorney's office.
Yeah, and we've also, the administration is also committed to provide regular status updates for code cases. We actually are also willing to add a PCN or a code enforcement officer that directly deals with council cases and a monthly report. So again, I would ask that we keep the department whole intact under the city manager's side of the shop. So.
Thank you, City Manager.
And then Mayor may want to address this as well, if you all don't mind.
Be careful what you wish for. This is this. Oh, yeah. Among other things. My experience goes back really over 11 years, 8 years on the council, and 3 as the mayor. And code has always been, sort of the bad boy, a real challenge, and a lot of it has been under-resourced. We simply didn't have the resources, particularly during the recession years. Even today we don't have, and the city attorney is willing to take it over and take that responsibility. He's got that same responsibility with us too, so I don't know why it's different if it's just transferred over, but we made a change in the budget to bifurcate the code division from the DARM division. In other words, DARM is primarily focused on new properties coming in. We got money back guarantee. We're processing everything on time at this point in time. Code are existing properties, and a big element of that was a major element in the city of Fresno for many years, was the rental housing inspection program. That was finally passed in my administration in 2017. It's taken about a year and a half, really starting from scratch, getting somebody to write the code. We developed a proprietary system. We've registered over 85,000 units. We're in the process of inspecting thousands of units. For the most part, there's been a pretty high success rate. We've got good people there that are doing a good job. They should stay there. I think this move would be a foolish move. It would be more politicizing the department. We try to be even-handed how we do it. I understand the frustration. That's why we're willing to do the bifurcation, as well as making some other changes we plan along the way. There'll be one person dedicated to all the council members to meet on a regular basis, provide monthly reports. I think we can identify the deficiencies that everybody's experienced, including myself. So I'd ask that you reconsider it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate your comments. My screen is Member Arias, followed by Member Bredefeld.
Thank you, Council President, City Manager, and Mayor. I know I'm pretty new to this world of the council chambers, but the lack of responsiveness from code enforcement office to neighborhood concerns has been long and multiple years in the making. This issue has been around for at least 7 years. Former council member Steve Brandau had actually written the resolution to completely relocate code enforcement under legal counsel, and we were going to approve that before his departure. Instead of doing so, though, we agree with the administration to give them 30 days to come forward with a plan to resolve all the pending and years of lack of performance and responsiveness, not just to this body, but to the residents that call code enforcement. We didn't get that plan. We got a budget that proposed dividing the department a little more, but there was no plan on how they're going to improve the performance concerns that the residents and the council continue to have. So from my perspective, I think it's time to, take action. And I do recognize that for us, what's different for us is the gentleman to the right, any given day this council can no longer employ him if the performance of his operation is not taking place to our satisfaction and that of the residents. In the strong mayor form of government, we don't have that authority over any of the other 4,000 employees in this city. That's solely the responsibility of the city manager. So I think this simply is the council finally saying to residents, we're going to take direct responsibility and supervision over neighborhood concerns that are constantly being submitted and not being addressed for very valid reasons, under-resourced, operational, they're complex, calling somebody because they have higher, dried out grass versus a building that's falling apart, or folks who are in an empty home. They're all valid and complex matters, but at some point we have to take action and make a decision. So I'm at the point of, it's been debated for 7 years at least. It's been different versions of we're going to improve things. Commitments were made. Clearly, they didn't work out. So it's time for us to make a decision on this matter. So I would continue going down this path, and like anything else, there's time for us to make adjustments. Not only does the mayor have the ability to respond and not approve it or object to it, but this council routinely reevaluates decisions that we've made and whether they're working or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Britterfield.
Yeah, I share the same issues with Councilmember Arias. This has been ongoing for a long time, non-responsiveness to council members, non-responsiveness to our constituents. And quite honestly, we have other similar efforts under the city attorney in terms of asset, where we go after slumlords, where we make sure people are taking care of their property, and the response is quick, very fast, very responsive. And our city attorney has basically demonstrated that he has the management ability to take this code enforcement division and refurbish it so it is much more responsive, so it takes care of constituents who are calling in with all kinds of code violations. And we have held him to a standard to deal with the slumlords. He has met that challenge. All of us will expect the same good performance, and I have no doubt we'll get that. But it's completely unacceptable to just continue down the same road with the same responses of why things don't get accomplished, why code enforcement continues to be a problem. It is time for this city council to act. I'm fully supportive of this and hope it's a majority that supports it.
If there aren't any more comments, I'd love to call for the question when
Well,
folks are
I
finished.
did have a comment. And what I would suggest, it seems like the momentum is supportive of this, but I would add that, or ask for an amendment, Member Esparza, that would allow a 6-month trial period, pilot-type program, and at the end of the 6 months, we review that, bring it back to the dais and to our council meeting so we can look and judge whether or not this is effective or not, or how we can improve it or not, or if their same issues continue.
What I will accept, what I will amend to is maybe 9 months in, we begin the analysis of what's transpired and bring that information forward as we go into the next fiscal year budget.
That'd be great. I appreciate that.
So we can reevaluate this in 1 year and have a solid 8 to 9 months of data.
Member Arias, do you accept the amendment? Okay. Member Chavez, did you have anything to add? No? Okay. Then we'll call for the question. Is there any opposition to the motion in item 16? Passes 6-0. Thank you very much. Member Soria is almost out the door. So we'll go on to...
Motion 21?
Yeah, he skipped
13?
We did that one.
Okay,
So
and then
21.
you have 16 we've done, so 21 would be summer youth interns.
Yes, so I'd like to amend the motion to only include 50,000 this fiscal year. And I just want to let folks know that I've been in conversations with the Workforce Development Board. You know, we're putting skin in the game. We've shown over the last couple years, and, you know, the administration has been supportive of the Summer Youth Jobs Program. It's been a success. I think that we need to expand it. That is 1 year long or year long. And Workforce Development Board is willing to partner with us and match double the dollars, so that would be $300,000 as a whole for youth jobs in the city of Fresno.
One question. Oh, we'll go to the second. Member Arias?
Agree.
Okay. My question is, would the funding that we're putting forth on this item be equally divided amongst the 7 council members?
It would be
one?
for everyone. It would be citywide. So not just council members. We would be available to use this just like we have to be able to hire throughout the year.
Okay. Any other comments?
Just so, how much, you said there's another organization that's going to partner. How much is coming from the city, and what's the funding source?
Currently, the existing budget allocates $50,000. My motion had been to allocate an additional 100. I'm reducing my motion just for it to be 50, which would make it a total of 100,000. Therefore, helping us and then leveraging those dollars to bring $200,000 for the city of Fresno to expand the program.
Okay, general fund.
Carryover, yes.
Is that guaranteed there's going to be another 200 coming?
We are waiting to work out the agreement, but that is, so we can put a contingent upon that, if that's okay. If you guys want to do that?
So we would allocate the 100 contingent upon the 200 coming?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'd be willing to support that.
Perfect, thank you.
The second, agree?
Yes.
Okay. Any other comments from council? Seeing none, is there any opposition to the modified motion? Passes 6-0.
The next motion, motion 23.
Motion 23, miscellaneous attorney operations needs, and that's the last one by Member Soria.
I want to
make her airplane ride.
actually one more after that one, but I do want to amend the motion to approve funding for 2 paralegal positions. Over the last year and over the last couple of years, we've seen a tremendous increase in PRA requests, and so the city attorney's office is flooded. I think this would help ease that and get those PRAs quicker. So my motion would be to amend just for $164,000 for this next fiscal year, rather than the original $332,000.
The motion was seconded by Member Chavez.
Yes, and then I'd also like to add $50,000 for legal services for the mayor's office in the conversation that we had.
That's back to the maker of the motion. Do you accept or reject that request?
I accept up to, because they already have the authority to do it, right? To do up to 50 without coming to the council, so.
Correct.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well. Any other members like to comment on that? Screen is clear. Is there any opposition to the amended motion number 23? Seeing none, passes 6-0. Thank you very much. Did you say you had one other? It wasn't on your list.
Yeah, number 43. I think it was in the
43.
top.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
43 is related to affordable housing. We wanted, the original motion was to allocate this next fiscal year 2.5 out of the RDA debt repayment funds. However, in conversations with the administration, I am willing to amend the motion to add the $1 million to develop the housing trust fund with monies from the assuming there's monies from the carryover.
Okay, with that amendment, does the second agree? I see Member Arias shaking his head up and down.
Yes.
That's a solid yes.
Yes.
You confused me from Member Esparza, but yes, I agree.
I'm a little more handsome, remember?
So, can I ask a question?
Yes, member, I'm sorry, you're not coming up on my screen. Otherwise, I need to fix that. You have the floor.
Could you again repeat the funding source? You said the additional money
Carryover when we know, once we reconcile the fiscal year 19.
Carryover general fund money?
Yeah.
Well, that's for that reason, I'm not going to support it because I think the carryover general fund money ought to be used for law enforcement and police. I'm not going to support it.
Yeah, this is one-time dollars, and that's what we traditionally do with carryover. So, but appreciate your comments.
Okay.
Anyone else wish to address the item? Seeing none, is there any opposition? Passes 5-1. Member Bredefeld is a no vote. I believe that's all the items you...
Thank you so much for
You're
allowing
welcome.
me to go first.
Councilmember Soria, did you not address number 45?
Sorry. We did amend the motion on the lobbyist, and so the motion included that we would eliminate the water lobbyist. However, our state lobbyists would do any water lobbying, and whatever dollars are or whatever hours are used to do water lobbying, DPU will help cover those costs. We did want to make sure that at the beginning of the year, the administration sits down with an ad hoc council committee to plan right before every legislative session as to what are city-wide priorities, and that we do monthly or quarterly reports from all the lobbyists on the progress of our priorities and other legislative proposals that may impact the city, so that we're in the loop of that.
Okay.
And there was a second by Councilmember Chavez.
You agree? I believe, yes. Okay.
The money's already included in the budget, so we would actually be saving a little bit of funds.
Member Bredefeld.
So this would just be cutting the water lobbyists, but keeping the federal and the state lobbyists?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions or by the council members? None. Call for the question then. Is there any opposition to this motion? It passes 5-1. Member Bredefeld, let's strike that. Passes 4-2 with members Arias and Bredefeld voting no. Before you leave, I wanted to make a motion while you were here, or a couple of motions to add on. Number one motion from me is appropriate $1.5 million to Parks to purchase and bring up to code a building located on Bulldog Lane and 6th for the El Dorado neighborhood. It's an existing structure. It's on the market. We wouldn't have to build anything or just update it. And the funding source would be a property tax, and the analysis for that would be that when the property tax grows, it has grown by an average of 5.1%. That's been experienced over the last 5 years. So the actual amount of savings will be, our property taxes rather, will be $143,263 million. $3 million plus is in our proposed budget, and this would be an additional ongoing funding. Do I have a second by anyone? Second by Member Soria, thank you. My second motion is to appropriate $10 million for Section 108 loan, and that's to build the multi-generational center in District 4. Thank you for the second by Member Chavez. The removal of the $2 million currently designated in the 2020 budget for the multi-gen center is contingent on receiving the full amount of the Section 108 loan. And the second part of the motion is to direct staff to pursue the loan. And do I have, you seconded that, Member Chavez? Thank you. Two more. Fund and complete Fountain Way Cedar neighborhood for paving. And the funding source is CDBG and the property taxes / ending fund balance. And my final additional motion is to fund and complete paving of the alleys in El Dorado neighborhood. And that funding source would be the Economic Contingency Reserve, which is $672,000. That's located at page A-94. And do I have a second? Second by Member Soria. And did I get a second on the Fountain Way paving? I did not.
I'm going to second it, but that's a very long list.
Like a copy of that very long list.
Absolutely.
Okay,
It's a very
thank you.
expensive list.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know what? It really isn't, but we'll evaluate that. So thank you all thanks for staying and listening to that and your seconds, Member Soria.
Is that all one motion or is it separate? Because
Those are separate motions.
Yeah, I'd
Councilmember
like to go
Soria?
through those.
There's item 42.
Did you?
I just wanted to know when you do each one.
Okay. So they're individual.
Yeah, you can do individual when we vote on them.
Oh, well, I don't know if we're going to vote on them now. I thought
okay.
give you guys an opportunity to check my analysis and funding sources and dialogue. Yeah, that'd be fine. So I want to do it now because we can do it later today or on the 27th.
Gotcha.
Thank you for your support. Okay, did someone remind me where we are? Number 11, thank you. Increase operational maintenance repair program by $400,000. That was my motion, seconded by Member Arias. I understand the administration has a way to make that balance out or work.
I think the administration and our conversation has been that I don't think we need it, if I recall. It's 11, right?
If that's the case, then I would withdraw the motion.
Okay, I'll agree to it.
And the second agrees, thank you. Number 12, to eliminate the water lobbyists. I think we addressed that already.
No.
13 was withdrawn.
For the record, 12 is being withdrawn, right? Chavez?
12 is withdrawn. Thank you. 13 withdrawn. 14. Okay, it's withdrawn. Thank you. 15. This is Member Esparza to add $85,000 for contract consultants to conduct tax increment financing analysis for affordable housing. Member Esparza.
Yes, again, this is to contract a consultant to look at EIFDs, CREAs, and opportunity zones in Fresno.
That was seconded by Member Chavez. Any comments, sir?
This is to add 1.2 million? Which one is
No, this is number 15.
15.
$85,000 for the contract for consultants to study economic development tools. And in my conversations with folks, it's going to be a little more than this, but I am going to do the rest out of my own budget.
And you said it addresses opportunity zones, which is...
Opportunity zones among the enhanced infrastructure financing districts and community revitalization investment authorities. I'm going to have the consultants speak to, of course, the staff, to Marlene, who's here on behalf of the RDA successor agency, Fresno EDC. They're going to work together to do a citywide analysis of where these might be most effective, not just in my district, but citywide.
Very good. Member Chavez, did you have any additional comments? I'm really happy that it'll include the opportunity zones, which is one for me is near Fresno State. Okay, screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, passes 5-0. Member Soria absent. Number 16, we did that. Okay. Number 17, to include $10K for Lane and Burroughs neighborhoods. That's Member Chavez.
I'm going to withdraw that motion. Staff will already be working with those neighborhood residents in the cleanups.
Number 18 is Member Arias regarding funding up to $1 million, new market credits, et cetera. Member Arias.
Sure. This is just to finalize the agreement to relocate the Darlene rendering plant, and it's up to $1 million to meet our contractual obligation of ensuring that 95% of the financing for the relocation of the plant occurs. And I understand the administration is supportive, and we believe that this is within the budget parameters that we have.
Okay, thank you. Any comments by the council? Seeing none, then we'll call for the question. Is there any opposition to motion number 18? Seeing none, passes 5-0. Member Soria absent. Number 19, set aside $100,000 to hire consultants to gather correct data for staff to make recommendations for policies on anti-displacement task force.
Council President, I'd like to amend my motion to set aside $50,000 instead of $100,000 to be paid for through the TCC state grant, given that this is a requirement of TCC, and we've confirmed that the TCC funds are eligible to pay for this cost.
There's a motion and a second by Member Chavez. So you're saying there's no general fund dollars?
No general fund dollars, TCC
Perfect.
state grant.
Very good. Anybody else wish to comment? Seeing none, call for the question. Is there any opposition to the motion as amended, number 19? Seeing none, passes 5-0. Member Soria absent. Okay, we're moving along on item 20 to add $250,000 for EIR to support industrial compatibility study. If not used, if not used, go to the multi-gen facility. That portion as a second, I'd withdraw that in light of my motions.
Right. And I would like to amend the item, Council President, to set aside $250,000 for the EIR if needed. We have a meeting next week, I believe, with the administration and some of the stakeholders, so the funds may not be needed, but I'd like to set aside the money within the DARM budget if necessary.
Very good, and I'll continue to second that. Any questions or comments by the council? Call for the question. Is there any opposition to this motion? Seeing none, it passes 5-0. Member Soria absent. Number 21, I think we did that one. So number 22, add $50,000 towards a pilot connection program from the California Veterans Home to the downtown hub.
Correct. Thank you, Council President. There is just one change here. We now know that there's going to be some commitment from the state to help us with this, but we're still finalizing the details. So this money would be set aside if necessary and needed to finally collect the California Veterans Home veterans to the downtown public transportation hub. This has been the #1 request from the veterans this last year, is to be able to freely get on a bus line, connect to our central hub, and go watch a movie without having to, call a taxi cab or make an appointment for the vehicles at the veterans homes that are primarily used for medical appointments only. So this is, again, the #1 request from the veterans at the veterans home, and we will utilize the money if needed.
Motion is seconded by Member Chavez. Is there any conversation by the council? Everyone is quiet, so we'll go to the vote. Is there any opposition to the motion as amended by Member Arias? Seeing none, it passes 5-0. Member Soria absent. We already did 23. 24, add C Fund liquor inspectors. And this is by Member Arias, seconded by Member Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. This motion at this time will be withdrawn. If the council moves forward contingent on relocating the code enforcement within city attorney, then we believe there's enough resources within that combined department not to allocate additional positions to implement the alcohol and liquor license policy that the city approved unanimously and is in the process of developing.
Any comments from any members? Seeing none, that will be withdrawn. 25, reallocate a contingency for $50,000 for a budget analyst. Member Esparza, seconded by Member Chavez.
Yeah, so this is a cost-neutral motion. Just saves us a bit of time next year and being able to hire on our budget analyst, who this year we brought in Andy Heath. Thank you, Andy, for being here during the hearings. You've done a great job for us. And we'll look forward to bringing you back again next year.
Member Chavez, any comments? Member Bredefeld? No? Do you, I don't know what the bill is on his fantastic services, but are we okay with 50 or is it more or less?
This was already allocated. This is not new. I just moved it from one spot to the other in the budget.
Okay. Very good. I will call for the question. Is there any opposition to this motion? Seeing none, it passes 5-0. Member Soria absent. Number 26, to add two additional legal
Withdraw
investigators.
my motion number 26.
Thank you. Number 27, we've taken care of that one. 28, to add a records consultant for $50,000.
Council President, I'd like to withdraw the motion.
Very good, thank you. Number 29, GCP, motion by member Chavez, and I seconded it.
I'd like to modify that. The fair will be paying for $10,000 in sprinkler repairs, and we will be providing the water, $20,000.
So the amendment is reducing 30 to 20?
Correct.
I'm the second, that's fine with me. Any comments? Seeing none, is there any opposition to the modified motion number 25? Seeing none, passes 5-0. Member Soria absent. Number 30, add $40,000 for the Fresno Historic Society. Member Chavez, second by member Esparza.
Call for the question.
The question has been called for. Any opposition? Seeing none, passes 5-0. Moving on to 31, staff to identify $500,000 to fill a funding gap. This is member Chavez, second by member Esparza. I'm sorry, member Soria.
This is to help close that gap funding. They're building about 135 units out on Kings Canyon, and they were short a little bit, so this was direction for staff to go find either CDBG, home, HUD, or general fund dollars.
Member Chavez, if I may just ask you to consider also identifying the RDA as a possible funding source, and I would be able to support the item.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's throw in the RDA there as well.
Thank you.
So we'll add that amendment, but member Soria is not here to agree or disagree. Is there another second for the amended motion? Member Arias, thank you very much. Is there any opposition to this modified motion? Seeing none, passes 5-0 with member Soria absent. Item 32 was my motion. I'll withdraw that. Number 33, I think did we not address the federal and state lobbyists?
No, this is a separate motion to eliminate the federal and state lobbyists. The initial motion that we just voted on was related to the water lobbyist.
Very good. Then we'll call this number 33 to cut the federal and state lobbyists from the FY 2020 budget. Member Arias, seconded by member Bredefield.
Yeah, and just brief comments. We've talked to administration about lobbyists and the federal and the state ones in particular. I understand there's a need for them, and I recognize that. The fact is, for me, I've been here 6 months, and I've never met any of the federal and state lobbyists. So for me to hand out $300,000 ongoing to folks who, in my view, are not advocating or lobbying for the needs of my residents, nor of the priorities of the council, is very tough for me to support. If the council chooses to approve this allocation, at some point, the actual contract will come before the council, and I'm open to that discussion at that point. But again, it's been 6 months. I have never heard one peep from them, not one email, not one, what are the needs of your district? I have almost 200 brownfields in my district, and there's nowhere to be found. As you can see today, every single person who requests some funding from the city, we have 10 more requests than we can afford, but yet you all spend time out of your personal time not going to work to be here to ask for it, and the person that we pay, a substantial amount of money doesn't have time to come before us and explain why he needs $300,000 ongoing. So with that, I won't be supportive of this today.
Very good.
I believe that Councilmember Soria's motion number 45 addresses your concerns, and I would encourage us to go down that path where there's a council ad hoc meeting with the lobbyist. Oh, yeah, it's on. Can you hear me? Sorry,
Better.
I can be louder if you want.
There you go.
So I would recommend that we follow what Councilmember Soria requested with the ad hoc committee, meeting with the lobbyist. We're happy to outline what the lobbyists have been able to bring to the city in terms of dollars for you all. and then the monthly reports that she mentioned. So I would strongly encourage council to support Council Member Soria's motion, and sorry, but not Council Member Arias's.
I think, Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you. Greg Campbell and his firm have been with us going back a few administrations. They were instrumental in the TCC funding of $70 million for Fresno, absolutely hooked in to the system in Sacramento. Last year, he helped us lobby to defeat a Senate amendment that would have changed the methodology on sales tax, point of origin versus point of destination, which would have cost the city of Fresno up to $99 million over 30 years. So we're okay with the new structure, but I can say at the state lobbyist level, they did a terrific job of helping us and helping the bottom line and helping the people of Fresno.
Thank you, Mayor. Member Bredefeld.
Yeah, I don't support spending $300,000 for lobbyists. It's $180, I believe, for the state person, and the federal is the rest. We already cut the water utility, the water lobbyist. We have elected representatives, statewide, local, and federal. And our representatives, assembly members, and state senators are supposed to be representing their constituents, which is us. And when there are issues that affect us, they're supposed to be lobbying. That's what they're paid to do. And we're supposed to lobby on behalf of our constituents. We shouldn't have to be paying additional funds for this. And as we all know, our funds are limited. And $300,000 is a lot of money. And I think we can use it better. And when we need lobbying, we pick up a phone and we call our representatives in Sacramento or in Washington, and we explain what it is that we need. And that's the way I think it ought to be. That's the way it was before we had high-priced lobbyists to hire. And so I'm not going to support, I don't support the lobbyists, and I'll support the motion.
Thank you for your comments, Member Chavez, and then I'll follow up.
Yeah, I disagree. I think there is value in having lobbyists, whether it's Sacramento or DC. We apply hundreds of dollars for grants for transportation, housing, parks, especially right now with what we're going to go through. It's very competitive. We always know that urban areas like Los Angeles and San Francisco always get the bulk of the money, and it's important that we have folks that can get us open doors and get us to the table, so I won't be supporting this today.
The screen is clear. Likewise, will not support this item. We recently took a one-voice trip to Washington, D.C. There was like 30 of us from the county, city, private practitioners, the whole gamut of people. And that was quite a clutch of people to handle. And our consultants were excellent, our lobbyists, and they were able to facilitate us. I think we did 15 meetings in 3 days, plus additional meetings that were spontaneous. Those were scheduled for like a month and a half, so they get on board. They set it all up so we can efficiently and effectively communicate with those to bring more money back to our community, and we were quite successful. And Jennifer's also working on some more funding for community centers, not just the ones I'm seeking, but also for the entire city of Fresno. So they really do an excellent job. The second comment I want to make is when Kevin Michael, the airport director, we were trying to get a loan to finance part of the $110 million upgrade at the airport. We were able to successfully acquire that loan. I think it was $31 million. Could be wrong on that. But the lobbyist there was instrumental. Again, we had a panel that we had to appear before and make our ask and the reasons for it and the basis for it, and with their help, we were successful again. So as far as I'm concerned, they've done nothing but success. As long as we give them notice and let them know what the agenda is, or they let us know what the status is of the pending legislation, we've got a very effective team working for us. So I will not be supporting that motion. Anybody else wish to speak?
I punched up. Is it showing on your
I didn't
screen?
show, sorry. Member Esparza.
Damn, thing's broken again. Yeah, I will not be supporting this motion. I think if you spent any time in Sacramento or DC, these, it takes on a life of its own out there. And I think having somebody out there representing the city of Fresno's interests is in the best interest of the city. I would agree with my colleagues that There needs to be more responsiveness, I think, to the council from the lobbyists. I've had a conversation, at least with the one we've employed in Sacramento, Mr. Campbell, and we've come to an arrangement. And I think not just for myself, but for all 7 of us. So I think there's value in this. And we always talk about a $1 billion budget here in the city of Fresno, but in reality, the whole portion we're debating right now is 30, maybe 35% of it, which is the general funds. The rest of that revenue is enterprise funds or grant funds. I think our city would be far worse off without the different grants that we are lobbying for up in Sacramento and DC. So I will not be supporting this motion.
Any other comments?
Yes, really quick, Council President. I appreciate my council colleagues' comments, and I agree with you. My last point in this is, when you're getting $180,000 from the city of Fresno with significant budget constraints, the first part of the job is to show up. Show up and address a council. Show up and tell us what you've been doing for the last year. Not what was done 4 years ago or 3 years ago. This money is for going forward. And if highly priced lobbyists can't show up to Fresno, drive down from Sacramento, and explain to us in person, in front of the public and the residents whose money we're planning to give him, he doesn't pass muster for me. So I hope the lobbyist gets the message clear. I hope administration has been crystal clear with him. Calling us at 11 o'clock at night or 10 o'clock at night for a 5-minute phone call is not worthy of $180,000. He should show up like everybody else does to these chambers.
What if he can get you a meeting with Alexandria Ocasio?
Okay. Kind of stopped me in my tracks here, my friend. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Those that are in favor, say aye. Was that an aye? Aye. Yes. Okay, so 2 are supportive. Noes? Nay, nay. We have 3 noes. It fails for lack of a majority. So item 34.
Can we just let the record show that me and Gary agree?
The record will reflect that 2 of the closest colleagues up here.
Another episode for the Gary and Miguel show. Is GB Wire here?
Yeah, Ringling Brothers live. Anyway, moving on. We'll go to item 34 to move $50,000 from discretionary funding to base budget for all council districts. Member Esparza, seconded by Member Arias.
Yes, another cost-neutral motion on my part. Just moving the discretionary funding into the base budget to kind of solidify that. I think kind of separating it kind of makes it look like, we're getting some kind of handout, but I think a lot of us rely on that in our council budgets for all the different operations. So I want to kind of just solidify that. It's cost-neutral, just moving it from one line into a different line.
Thank you. Member Arias, do you have anything to add? Very good. Any council member wish to comment on this? Let me know. The screen is not working for requests to speak. With that in mind, we'll call for the question. Is there any opposition to item 34? Seeing none, it passes 5-0. Thank you. Item 35, to add one-time funding for a public safety memorial. Member Arias.
Thank
motion.
you, Council President. Just for the purpose of the general public's understanding, the police, or the memorial for our public safety officers who were lost in the line of duty is right in front of the police department headquarters. That street is currently a pedestrian mall. It will be turned back into a vehicle street for cars to come in and out. That requires us to move the memorial and actually gives an opportunity to build a better looking memorial that reflects not only our police officers but our firefighters lost in the line of duty. And we're going to be donating the existing memorial to the Fresno Police Association so they can create a memorial in their own respective headquarters. The one-time funds of $60,000 would be used to do the infrastructure part of the memorial, the plumbing, the lighting, the earthwork, and we intend to raise the remainder of the funds privately. We estimate between $150,000 to $200,000 total budget, and it would essentially sit at this side of the green space in City Hall. So I do want to thank everybody for showing up to the first meeting, and hopefully we'll have something to report back to you in a few months. With that, I call for the question.
Member Chavez?
Councilmember Arias, just a quick question. So is this just for public safety employees, or would it be for other employees as well?
So the resolution we approved allows for city employees or civil servants, so police, fire, and any other employees that we've lost. So we're going to try and design with the artists and the stakeholders a memorial that allows for additions to be reflective of everyone. As you can imagine, nowadays, civil servants or support staff typically wouldn't die in the line of fire, but with tragedies that occur with gun violence and shootings, the mass shootings, everybody's at risk now, and everybody actively, plays their part in defending our kids, our public when a tragedy occurs. So this would allow for all public servants of the city of Fresno to be recognized appropriately.
Great, thank you.
Thank you all. We'll call for the question. Is there any opposition to item 35? Seeing none, passes 5-0. Member Soria absent. Number 36, add $500,000 one-time funding to implement recommendations by Immigration Affairs Committee. If not used, returns to stays in the general fund. Member Arias, Member Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I do have an amendment to this motion. The amendment is to allocate $300,000 set aside in one-time funds for the implementation of the pending recommendations for the Immigrant Affairs Committee. And if those recommendations are cost neutral or the funds are not needed, it would remain in the city budget general fund. So this only sets it aside, again, at a $300,000 level.
Thank you very much. Anybody wish to comment on this? A second by Member Chavez. Member Bredefield?
Yes, I won't be supporting this. Even though this is one-time funds, it's still from the general fund. This immigration committee, I supported, as it was purpose was to advise the council on issues related to immigrants within the city. And there are many issues that immigrants face. And we all appointed 2 members to this committee. The mayor appointed 1 member to the committee. And I'm all for dialogue. I'm all for sitting down and talking about issues that are going on. But now we're funding this, and funding it with recommendations that we don't know what is being recommended. My concern is that one of the recommendations will be there will be a defense fund to defend people here illegally, because that was what was proposed and voted on about a year ago. And that is a complete waste of our taxpayer dollars. And we shouldn't be setting aside $300,000 for this committee, which was designed to meet and discuss issues, not come up with recommendations where the taxpayers are going to be on the hook. So I'm opposed to this. I'm concerned where this is truly going to go. And so I will be a strong no vote.
Member Chavez.
Councilmember Bredefield, if this helps, you're right, these will be recommendations. However, anything that is appropriated will come back for council for final ratification, and you'll be free to vote no on every issue that comes back. Don't know if that helps, but just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Screen is clear. When this came up for discussion and motion, I did some independent research, and I was able to find what is called a conglomerate of 16 different agencies in the city and county of Fresno. It's called Central Valley Immigration Integration Collaborative, CVIIC. These are all nonprofit agencies. They provide immigration services. They have a website. They have free workshops, provide many, many services. I'd like to recite a few of those just to get you familiar with it. One group provides information about your rights, immigration right issues, and constitutional violations. Another group provides information services to assist in the application for citizenship, the U-Visa services. Another group, there is some crossover, by the way, but another group provides DACA application, family petitions, U-Visas, Visa T, naturalization, references for support services on public benefits, including breast cancer, classes for parents, and mental health. Another organization provides minors without accompanying parents or persons asylum, again, Visa U, Visa T, special status of immigration youth. There's another group that provides worker right clinics for low-income and unemployed people with information on their legal rights relating to their job. Two more I'd like to address: information workshops on naturalization and registration of new voters. Another offers vocational programs, information about immigration programs itself. The 14th on my list provides legal services for immigration and people seeking their services. So my point is that there are 16 different organizations that provide a variety of services to the immigrant population. And with all the motions that you've heard today and the shortage of funding that the mayor addressed individually and our budget analyst addressed as well, I think we can rely on the existing services, and if the proposed group can provide something that's not duplicative of this, which again provides legal services. I have copies here if anyone would like to actually see or take advantage of these different organizations. I'd be happy to provide that for you. So I don't want to replicate and duplicate. 300,000, even that amount is a lot of money. So I will not support item 36. Member Bredefield.
You mentioned you're discussing that reminded me that the San Joaquin College of Law here in our town also has a New American Legal Clinic. It's a nonprofit immigration law clinic. It operates out of the law school. They have a classroom. There's a director and a legal director, clinical staff that help with people that have cases pending. It's also recognized as a source of information for media, practitioners, immigrant rights groups. So these services are provided appropriately so by places like that. We are moving in the wrong direction when we're taking our taxpayer money and somehow getting involved in these kinds of issues. That's not what our money's for. And again, as we talked about earlier, we're not hiring not one police officer, not one homeless task force officer, not one 911 dispatcher, and not one community service officer, but we're setting aside $300,000, whether it's one-time money or not. It's out of the general fund. It's a complete waste of money. It's inappropriate use of money. And I would hope the council would at some point just get focused on what we really ought to be doing, which is making our city safe.
You know, I forgot to mention, we also have the Federal Defender's Office to offer legal services, and the Fresno County Public Defender's Office, as well as the Fresno County Bar Association, has references on legal defense issues. So I just wanted to add that. Member Arias?
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of clarifying points. First, as a reminder to the public and to the council, we are adding one fire inspector in this budget. We are proposing to add 5 community service officers to this budget. The police department's budget is growing by $14 million from last actuals. So to suggest that we're not adding more public safety just simply isn't accurate. Secondly, we're also going to consider a $10 million community center in the city of Fresno for Councilmember Caprillo's area, which in my view it's needed, but it's also existing. There's several existing community centers. So we're going to argue that because one's available, therefore we don't need another. It's not a fair argument, or to suggest that we're not doing anything for public safety. Not only are we adding far more millions of dollars for public safety's budget, but we're also going to consider a significant salary increase in this budget. So it's not simply fair to say that we're not prioritizing public safety in this billion-dollar budget.
Thank you. One last time.
Yes.
Member Bredefield.
To suggest that we are emphasizing public safety because of the possibility of an afterthought of hiring 10 community service officers, when our police chief was here saying we need to quadruple the homeless task force, when we're 90 police officers understaffed where we need to be, when he needs 20 community service officers, not 5, And 5 is only an afterthought because of, frankly, my pushing to get public safety addressed, because otherwise, we all know there was no CSOs coming on board. That's misleading. It's misleading to the public to say that we've emphasized public safety. There's not an emphasis.
All right.
Thank you.
One last comment from Member Arias.
Thank you, Council President. And I don't mean to argue with Councilmember Bredfield, because we do enjoy good discussions. But I just want to make sure it's on the record. The police chief would like 100 new positions, but the police chief hasn't identified a funding source to pay for those 100 new police positions. We all want a lot of things. Some of us want the parks that we have to be fixed, but there isn't money for it. Others want the streets that are completely broken, dilapidated, to be fixed. I personally want the schools that have been annexed into the city for 100 years to have sidewalks around them, but there isn't enough money to do that. The police chief clearly has a wish list like every other department head. The fire department is completely understaffed, far worse than the police department is. We have a record amount of fires, partly because of the homeless problem we have in the city. We have a record amount of housing units that we need that we can't fund. So it's not about one being more important than the other. The fact is, like the mayor has very publicly indicated, we have a revenue problem. There isn't enough money, and that's why I'm opposed to giving the Amazons of the world $30 million, or the Altas $18 million, or the Gap $10 million. So let's be thoughtful about how we argue for these dollars.
Thank you very much. Member Chavez calls for the vote. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed? It passes with 3 yeses, 2 noes. Okay, we'll move on to number 37, and that is to add $200,000 to each district for a total of $1.4 million for infrastructure.
Council President, I do have an amendment to my motion.
Yeah, Member Arias, seconded by Member Soria.
Just to give the public an idea, every year the council members get to pick one neighborhood where sidewalks get fixed and one neighborhood where the trees get trimmed, just one. This year, because of the substandard conditions of those neighborhoods, I was required to use 2 fiscal years to be able to fix one neighborhood. These funds, like we indicated, there's a lot of needs and we have limited resources. My motion was to set aside $1.4 million of ongoing city revenues to go back to fixing sidewalks and trimming trees in the neighborhoods in which we represent. After conversations with the mayor and having an honest and frank dialogue about the limited resources, I will amend my motion to go from 1.4 million to 1.05, which would mean that each council area has 150,000 a year, and instead of being ongoing, it would be one time in nature. So what that means for me is I get to trim 2 blocks of trees a year, and I get to fix maybe 1.5 blocks of sidewalks more than I currently do in this budget. Just a couple months ago, there was a pretty public conversation about an elderly woman in West Fresno whose water pipe had broken. And the city didn't have the money to fix the broken water pipe. Therefore, her water is going to be turned off because she doesn't have the lack of the money to pay for the fees and the increased water hikes. We all got together. We had Good Samaritans, pay for some of the improvements. The city came in and paid for some improvements. We all showed up and tried to make it right for her. But the fact is, this happens every single day across every single neighborhood. And my motion for 1.05 of one-time funds to go back into the neighborhoods will be limited. The funding would be limited to fixing sidewalks, curbs and gutters, and trimming trees. These funds will not be used to upgrade landscape mediums any part of town. This is for basic infrastructure so that people in our community can walk to school and they can walk around the block in their neighborhoods. That's my amended motion.
There's an amended motion by Member Arias, seconded by Member Chavez. The screen is clear. Any comments? Seeing none. Any opposition to the motion? Passes 5-0. Member Soria absent. Thank you. Number 38. set aside $75,000 in the 2020 budget. The old motion, okay.
With that, Council President, there's a couple of motions and modifications. I'd like to amend the motion that was last discussed and approved. The new motion will direct the administration to work with local leaders to assess advanced peace and other options to reduce gun violence in the city of Fresno and bring back a proposal in 90 days. So I want to be clear. We continue to set aside the $200,000 in the budget, and the administration, the police chief, the mayor, will meet with local leaders and assess whether advanced peace or any other option to reduce gun violence in Fresno is in our best interest. And they will bring back to this body a proposal within 90 days that this council will completely vet out. The public will understand exactly each component, and we will vote on whether or not we move forward with a gun violence reduction program in this city of Fresno. So that's my amended motion.
And Member Esparza was the second. You still second?
Yeah, I think what the public has needed this week is clarity. And I think in us discussing and folks presenting and advocating, there is not a very clear outline of what exactly the program will look like. So I've been putting my ideas out there as discussed with the folks from Advanced Peace as far as what exactly the city funds would pay for and how this program will be carried out. So I think that's a very good idea. I second those amendments.
Member Chavez?
Yeah, I want to thank the folks that reached out, especially Pastor Booker, T. Lewis, Aaron Foster. Appreciate the input that you had. Full disclosure, I was not going to be inclined to support this. I think there were a lot of questions, but after having some conversations with folks, I think I'm a little bit more clear on what this is and more importantly on what it's not. It's not the city paying folks money to not shoot someone. That is not what this is. And I want to make sure that folks understand that the piece that I think for me is really interesting here and I think can be very effective if done right is the workforce development piece. And talking to some folks that have already gone through this program, I think that'll be very beneficial. There's an old saying, I think it's an organization down south that says, nothing stops a bullet like a job. And that's what we want those folks to actually be led to. And the way I see it is, you know, and I don't think there's disagreement here on the law enforcement or advanced peace model. I think the goal is the same. You're trying to take somebody that is an active shooter or folks that are more prone to do that. One approach is to do law enforcement and to arrest them and prosecute them and incarcerate them. An alternative is to actually work with those individuals, lead them towards either schooling or a job. I'm open to doing this. I do want to see the plan. I think this reminds me a lot of when I worked at Fresno Unified and we implemented restorative justice practices. I see this as kind of the adult version of this, but I want to be clear. I do want to see a plan. I do want to see what this looks like short-term and long-term, and I'm definitely open to supporting that in the future. But I want to thank the folks that reached out. Oh, and DJ Kreiner, thank you for your input. I appreciate that too. Thanks.
Chief, would you like to make some comments on this, please? I need some insight on this issue, if you would, please.
Thank you, Council President. Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion out in the community regarding this issue, and unfortunately, I believe that my views regarding the Advanced Peace program has been misrepresented. I am philosophically opposed to providing money to any gang member unless it's for work that they are completing. I am adamantly opposed to any tax dollars going towards gang members, and my preference would be that a program of this nature would be 100% funded with private monies, like many of the other programs that we have in place in this community that do street outreach to gangs. And I am not supportive of Advanced Peace in its current form. However, I will say that I do believe that there are parts of Advanced Peace that have potential and consistent with some of the things that we've done in the past, and that is targeting the most violent, active, influential gang members in your city with enforcement and prosecution, similar to what we do with ceasefire, but also giving them an opportunity to drop out of the gang lifestyle and provide them with services and an opportunity to become gainfully employed. And so I think that's important. I do want to tell you this. We had a ceasefire program in place. It was modeled after the Boston ceasefire. We created Fresno ceasefire. And that was mandating individuals who are on parole, who are violent gang members, to come before a body, U.S. Attorney, Police Chief, District Attorney, Probation, Parole, and we would share with these individuals that they are on our radar, that we are looking at them closely, and if they're involved in any violent crime, that there's going to be targeted enforcement and prosecution of them. However, we also had service providers there and pastors like B.T. Lewis who would talk to these individuals for the purpose of getting them out of that lifestyle, getting services to them under our Mayor's Gang Prevention Initiative. But this is different. And so I think there's a lot of unanswered questions. I think Councilmember Esparza said it. There isn't a budget that I've seen. I don't know where the private monies are coming from, but I have been told there are private monies coming. There hasn't been any type of protocol established in terms of what interaction and communication would be between the police department and those outreach workers. And there isn't really a true oversight body in place to oversee the expenditure should there be any tax dollars used. And I think those things have to be ironed out before there's any further discussion in terms of whether or not the city will support this effort. I do believe that in order to win the battle against gangs, it has to be fought on two fronts: strong enforcement and prosecution, along with prevention and intervention. Both of those go hand in hand. How that happens, I think, is up to debate. I will say this in Stockton. Under the current advanced peace model, which was put in place in October of 2018, through the first 6 months of 2019 in Stockton, homicides are up 44%, non-fatal shootings are up 50%, and overall violent crime is up 14%. So obviously the model that is in Stockton may not be working under the advanced peace model, which is why I think in Fresno we have to meet and create a Fresno model, just like we did with ceasefire. But part of that is going to have to be discussions about trying to fund this totally with private dollars and grant monies and stay away from taxpayer dollars at the local level, if at all possible.
Thank you very much, Chief. Very, very interesting insight from the points you made. Actually, the district attorney called me this morning and said very similar things, and she extended that to Sacramento as well. Things are a little bit different there than they hoped with this program. So thank you for your comments on that, and basically I agree with you. And I don't think we need to put money on the table until we see what the program is with all its details that you've outlined, that the district attorney has outlined, that my colleagues have outlined, Member Esparza, Member Chavez, as well as Member Arias. So I think it's a little premature to be putting, as you say, our general fund dollars in the pot until we don't know what we're getting for it. It's sort of a pig in a poke situation to me. But I thank you and the District Attorney Spitkamp for reaching out to me. Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to say this. Aaron Foster, who's a friend of mine, who lost his daughter Kayla in a shooting. We are still working that case actively. I know that Aaron has a heart for this city, a heart for seeing gang violence stop, and he wants to do something. And we want to do something. So we need you to sit down, meet, see how we can put together a more effective model in order to address the intervention and prevention. I can tell you that ceasefire was effective until the law changed. When AB 109 went in place, state parole, in essence, lost their ability to force individuals to come into the ceasefire meetings. And so it's difficult to get people to voluntarily come in. And when AB 109 took away a lot of the parole, that was what really hurt our program.
Any council members wish to ask Chief any questions? I think Member Arias did have a question.
Chief, thank you for the conversation. Just as a reminder for me, the issue of gun violence became very real in the summer of 2017, where I was working at the school district, and we had considered whether we counsel after-school athletics, after-school programs, because of the rampant violent shootings that were taking place.
Absolutely.
Including people killing each other in sacred places like churches. And I would never suggest that when those significant increases in violent crimes occur, that the city's policing strategy is failing because crime has increased. Violent crime has a lot of variables, as you know. But what I wanted to ask is, this is about the victims of gun violence.
Yes.
And with that said, I'd like to give an opportunity for Aaron Foster to address the council, because for us, it's a policy conversation.
Sure.
I haven't lost 2 kids to gun violence. And for us to get distracted with rhetoric about paying this, paying that, and Rush Limbaugh and his sound bites on radio is completely inappropriate and dehumanizes the loss of life. So, Aaron, if you could come up and address the council.
Sure.
Chief, there might be more, Chief Dyer, there might be more questions for you. So please stick around, sir. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Foster.
Good morning. I'm hopeful that we adopt a gun violence reduction strategy. And
Can you speak up? We can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I was talking low. Can you hear me now? Yeah, I'm hopeful that we adopt a gun violence reduction strategy. I'm hopeful that we can see these as people that lose lives, because not only does the strategy help people walk away from gang activity, but it saves the lives of innocent people. When we talk about Kayla Foster, who died 2 years ago, we saw a significant drop in gun violence because the community worked with police officers. We have a good relationship with the chief and Mark Salazar. At the time, we had Lieutenant Ramsey, too. We went 45 days by just talking to active shooters and turning to their heartstrings, asking who wants to be the next to bury a child. That was part of the decrease, and it started then. We had a 48% decrease if we're talking numbers. But it's bigger than the numbers because violence is still erupting. We had 2 parents get killed 2 months ago in North Fresno. They were both shot down with AK-47, leaving 3 children without a mother or a father. So we have to do things and let the community be the spearhead of some of these reduction strategies, because we know the answers to some of these problems. The police don't have all the answers. We don't have all the answers, but we have to work collectively to solve these problems. So my biggest fear is that we do have this $200,000 set aside, but it be reallocated to the people that are furthest away from the pain. I really commend and I take my hat off, and I'm sorry that the chief became under attack for supporting some things that were just untrue. I see the chief as a human being. I saw him get angry before, and I've seen him cry before as well. I saw him shed tears because he see the dead bodies and the effects of the families. So this isn't about the chief or myself. This is about justice for all. And that's what I would like to see Fresno adopt, something that'll change the whole scope of things collectively for the entire community, because we do have a decrease in Southwest Fresno, but we have increases in other parts of the city. So programs like Advanced Peace, to me, isn't the cure-all, but it's part of the solution.
You still have the floor, Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chief Dyer and Aaron Foster. Again, Council, this stuff isn't easy, and it can easily get out of hand in the world of social media and talk radio, and folks can be labeled anti-police, supportive of crime. There's been a lot of inappropriate and mixed characterizations of everybody's position and of the intent and the program and the efforts. I want to clear for the record that my motion today is to direct the administration to work with local leaders to assess Advanced Peace and other options that reduce gun violence in Fresno, and bring back a proposal to this council within 90 days. it also sets aside $200,000 towards that proposal. In my world of policy making and my role as a council member is not to dictate the details of a public safety strategy or to dictate the details of what's going to work in the community in which I'm distant from. My job is to put those people in the same room and allocate resources so that for whatever they come up with, they know that they have our full support. And in this world, support means financial resources. You can't ask an officer to do their job without providing them a police car, a badge, a weapon, health care, a salary. You can't ask us to reduce gun violence without allocating money towards that effort. So again, I ask the council to support directing the administration to assess advanced peace and other options for reducing gun violence in our city and bring back a full proposal for this body to deliberate, and we'll set aside $200,000 towards that proposal.
Next will be a member Esparza.
Chief Dyer, I'm optimistic about your comments, but I'm a little more disappointed. Not even in office yet, you're ready to do a flip-flop on us. And if you want to be a politician, I think you should be a little less predictable. And that's why I brought these articles where you're quoted talking about advanced peace or interviewing about it. And NPR,
the only thing you heard was that I support the concepts of advanced peace. That's what I've said. And I do. But the details, the devil's in the detail. I've never supported giving money to a gang member. And if that has been said by anyone, it's been misrepresented. And I shared that with Aaron, and I shared that with Devon in my conference room when they came in. That's the issue that I face. And I've also told them I would not support any public dollars, tax dollars, to be paid to gang members. Now, if it's for administration to oversee a program, we do that today with Maggie Navarro, who oversees our gang prevention initiative. We channel monies from grants over to street outreach workers to intervene when a shooting occurs. We do it with Street Saints. We also do it with Michael DeWarez from Cornerstone Church. We've done that, but we're not paying gang members.
the advanced peace model has always included the participant incentives, and it's always been clear, I think, on our part that at least me, myself, Councilmember Bredefield expressed concerns also about using city funds specifically towards that.
Agreed.
But the advanced model, I mean, I'm not sure how you said you support the concept, but it's always included that component regardless of whether we were paying for it or the private monies were paying for it.
Never said that the city tax dollars should be paid or used to go pay gang members for not being involved in crime or as a stipend. This program gives money to gang members who, after the first 6 months, if they have done all the things that they're asked to do in terms of service, that then they get a stipend for 18 months, as I recall. I have said that should not be taxpayer dollars. Now, if someone goes out and raises private dollars or some organization wants to do that, I don't have control over that, nor does this council. But I do believe we need to have a established budget in place that says this is where, if tax dollars are being spent, this is where they're spent. And it should not be for gang members. So I have never said that. I haven't flip-flopped, Nelson. And,
So I mean, again, let me just go back to what I ask you pretty much every time you walk up here. In your professional opinion, given the final motion on the floor, exploring it, putting it together, are you supportive of that motion?
I'm supportive of us sitting down and exploring options that would create a Fresno model, similar to what we did with ceasefire, and utilizing folks like Aaron, Street Saints, Michael DeWarez, come up with a plan that utilizes our local people in order to intervene early on to target those individuals who are the active shooters. In Fresno, we have 94 shooters that are African American that have been identified, 34 Hispanic, and 10 from others. So when you look at those individuals, how do we effectively prevent them from doing shootings? We did it with pastors a couple of years ago. Identified individuals that were the most violent, and then asked pastors to go visit with them and their family and their siblings. So this program has some components that I think would be very good for Fresno. But it also has some things that has created an incredible stir in our community and a divide. And those are the ones that I just cannot support. But I'm willing to sit down, work with him, spend 90 days. I love Aaron. He's a great man, and his folks, and we can come up with a plan and bring it back. Whether the council decides to set aside money to do that, that's totally up to the council. But we'll come up with a plan, and hopefully we get that thing funded through grants and private dollars.
Okay, well, I just want to be clear again. I think what I've expressed and what the body has expressed, we're in agreement on those components that you have concern over.
Yes.
Okay, that's one.
I think we're on the same page, other than me flip-flopping. Thank you.
No, that's true too.
Anyway, member
with sandals and all.
Chavez, yeah, you have the floor.
Well, maybe
Member
come over there.
I have the floor, Councilmember Arias, motor mouth. Chief, so, I think oftentimes this conversation is framed in the either or approach, and that's not how I'm seeing this. And I think we're all saying the same thing as I'm listening to this, but I want to make sure we hone in. So earlier I described the scenario where you have an individual that is caught up in that life, and they're a shooter, and for whatever reasons that's in their lifestyle.
Yes.
So the option that we have is we have the law and order option, right? You arrest them, you prosecute them, you incarcerate them. I think Aaron shared with me that there's some folks now that are looking at 25 years to life, some folks that he's working with. So we've got that scenario.
Yes.
Then we have the scenario where you have an alternative approach to where you actually work with these folks, mostly young folks, and you get them into either schooling, you get them into either workforce development programs.
Yes.
And we don't have to spend 25 years paying for a prison sentence.
Yes.
Would you say that if Advanced Peace achieves that it's worth it?
That would be working, and that's exactly what we did with our Mayor's Gang Prevention Initiative under the Autry administration. We created the Mayor's Gang Prevention Initiative. It was funded. We utilized that money to be channeled over to organizations that were providing services like counseling. Hey, we have our own tattoo removal machine that we remove tattoos from individuals. So we want to be part of that discussion on intervention and prevention. But I do know one thing, that you have to have strong enforcement and prosecution to get these guys to change their view and get out of that lifestyle. And they have to know that they have a big spotlight on them. And then other organizations have to come alongside them and say, hey, do you want that? Or here's a better life. I'm all for that.
And I'll close with this. I think, City of Fresno is at a point where we're making decisions of do we just exclusively do things the way we've always done them, or do we try something innovative? And I think what you're seeing today is that struggle of folks that are set in the traditional ways, and now we're moving towards something that's more innovative, but it's different. People have questions, but I think on my end, I'm willing to try something and see if it works. And if it works, great, we'll expand it. And if it doesn't, then we won't.
Member Bredefield.
Sounds good.
Yeah, Chief, I want to clarify something. Are you saying that you would support city tax dollars for the administration of this program? Because I heard you clearly say you wouldn't support city money going towards gang members getting money, but I wasn't clear if you said you'd support administration.
Okay, so currently there are dollars in our police budget that pay for a community coordinator that coordinates services to gang members who are dropping out. Those are city dollars, but that's a city employee.
Mm-hmm.
And they also pay
city taxpayer dollars.
Taxpayer dollars.
Thank you.
For that person. There's also taxpayer dollars that pay for a staff assistant in that same function. So for employees, that is what we do. Whether or not we use monies to hire outreach workers or individuals like that, we've done that as well in the past, but that's been with tax dollars. I mean, grant monies. I'm sorry, not tax dollars, grant money.
Okay.
But those are street outreach workers similar to this, except outreach is on the reactionary. This program is more proactive.
So I hate to put you on the spot, but
Go
are
ahead.
you saying that you would support the money going for the administration if this council says, yeah, we love this program, would you support $200,000 going for the administration?
I support the 90 days to come back with a plan. I'm not supportive of tax dollars in today's environment going forward or being set aside for that. I would think in this city that we're able to come up with private dollars in order to fund this entire program. I know that Advanced Peace has already identified some endowment or someone to fund it. Can we come up with the other money? And I've already committed, I already gave direction to our grant folks to research grants that would allow us to fund this program, a portion of this program, not as it stands today, not as it's outlined today, but fund that over the next 3 years. And we are diligently looking for those grants at the federal and state level. So that's what we're going to, that's my commitment.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind just staying there. First of all, Mr. Foster, Aaron Foster, you and I, we talked. I have nothing but respect for you, nothing but respect. And I admire you, and I grieve with you over the loss, the incomprehensible loss that you've experienced. And I admire you for picking yourself up and trying to do something about that. I feel the same way in terms of that never happening to someone else's daughter or son. I don't want any gang violence in this city at all. But I believe we're here at this point, not only in Fresno, but throughout the entire country, but specifically, let's say California, because we have weakened criminal laws throughout the entire state. We have Prop 47 and Prop 57 and AB 109, which released criminals into the community. There are no real consequences today for crimes that take place. I think Chief has said what used to be a felony is now a misdemeanor. What was a misdemeanor is an infraction. You can go into Walmart and steal $950 worth of stuff and they escort you out. There is simply no real enforcement today. And that's the problem why we have escalation in crime, why we have escalation with gang violence. The greatest crime prevention years ago was 3 strikes, when people fully understood that there were consequences to their crimes, real consequences, that they were going to go to prison and they were not going to come out. And all of a sudden, people started thinking at the 3rd strike, maybe I don't want to do this. That's the real crime prevention. I'm all for preventing kids from going into gangs, from being at-risk youth and then becoming criminals. I'm fully supportive of that. I'm supportive, and we've supported programs to prevent that. But I also believe that once someone crosses a line and enters the world of criminal behavior, causing victims, shooting people, killing people, selling drugs, human trafficking, that's where the law enforcement needs to be coming down, and coming down hard. And it doesn't. It's a revolving system in the jail system, in the prison system. And the criminals know it better than anybody. They know the law better than anybody. And that's why we're here today, because we have weak, spineless politicians in Sacramento who are creating this environment where we're all unsafe. This program is the wrong message to people who are involved in criminal behavior. I have no problem sitting down with people who truly want to change their lives. And the Chief has talked about doing that with people who truly want to change their lives and removing tattoos and getting a job. Because I think Councilmember Chavez has said that's one of the greatest preventions is job. Completely agree. But paying people to be law-abiding citizens, whatever the amount of money, is wrong. It's not the way to go. It's the wrong message. And it means we've gotten so far off of focusing on making our city safe and people following laws and there being true accountability and responsibility. And that's why we're here. And that's why we're searching for these kinds of alternative ways to stop the violence. But I can tell you what criminals understand is strength from law enforcement. That they understand. And consequences they understand. And unfortunately, in today's society, and certainly in our state, we don't have that. We have enacting of laws that weaken criminal laws, that make it difficult for police officers to do their jobs. Only a month or two ago, they were enacting laws that made it difficult for police officers to make important decisions, life or death decisions. And if they made the wrong decision, they were going to be on trial. I mean, think about trying to get that job accomplished. I'd never want to put on that uniform. I have tremendous respect for the men and women who make us safe every day, because it's a tough job. They get it from every direction. This program, I understand the intention, but it's misguided. And for us as a bureaucracy, as a municipality, when we have such needs as we've talked about, and you've been here for a long time listening about all the needs we have, the public safety needs, to spend one dime in any way towards this program is misguided. I think it's absurd. I think, frankly, it's sheer lunacy for anybody to consider participating in this. And I've done some research into this, and the information, I've talked with people in Sacramento, I've gotten information from Stockton. They've talked about lack of transparency issues, not working with law enforcement, feeling that the program hasn't been effective. I'm all for sending our staff for 90 days to come back with something and say, hey, here's what we need to do. There's no magic pill out there. When we are enacting a society that favors criminals rather than supporting victims, when we have a society where there is no real accountability, I don't care what kind of programs you come up, we're going to have problems. And that's where it is. And the data supports it. When years ago we had 3 strikes because people were sick and tired of the crime, it changed. Crime went down because there was accountability. Now under AB 109, they've released all the criminals. They're out there, and they know the laws better than anybody. So I'm not going to support this. This in no way reflects on Mr. Farser, because I have nothing but admiration for you, sir. But I cannot support this program, and I don't think this is the right way to use our taxpayer money. As I said, I think giving money to people involved in criminal behavior or gangs and hoping that they're going to be good people is absurd. And I think there are much better ways to deal with people who are engaged in criminal behavior.
Councilmember, I think a whole lot of what you said is not relevant to this conversation. All the laws you just listed off. So all of the different laws that you just listed off, they did not apply to nonviolent offenders. If anything, these laws made room in our jails for the violent offenders that are still out there. And when it comes to 3 strikes, we're talking about the folks who have not been arrested and convicted. 3 strikes assumes that they've been arrested, convicted, and that they're going to be in there for life. These folks that we're targeting are the ones who, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody in the room, but we believe them to be shooters. There's data that shows them to be shooters, but our justice system has failed to put them behind bars. So 3 strikes has nothing to do with this. AB 109, Prop 47 have nothing to do with this because it does not apply to violent offenders. So, I mean, you might be able to make that argument in other types of crime and circumstances, but not here today.
Well, I appreciate your comments, but you're completely wrong. It has everything to do with the weakening of criminal laws, everything. And whether somebody's been identified or under law enforcement, you're talking about people who you say are possible shooters or are involved in criminal behavior. You're talking about giving them money in the sense in city money so they don't engage in that criminal behavior. It's absolutely absurdity. And if you think the weakening of criminal laws isn't a direct result of gang violence and being involved in that, you're not paying attention.
The incentive structure for these payments that you keep talking about is probably negligible. I'm pretty sure, I'm not a criminal, I've never shot anybody, but I'm pretty sure those activities they engage in are much more lucrative than a few dollars they're going to receive from private monies. No one's getting paid to stop shooting. No criminals is going to get $10 and say, "Oh, I'm going to stop." It goes beyond that.
I hate to interrupt you guys, but I need to stay on task with.
I'm done.
Thank you. I kind of had the floor with you, Chief, but I wanted to. I just wanted to say thank you for your comments. I totally agree with them. And I totally agree with the sympathy that you have for the foster family and people of violence. It's tragic. We hate it. It's no good. I can say that because George Salwasser Jr. was my cousin, and he was murdered out in the Kerman area by car thieves. And it was just, it's devastating. The family has not gotten over that to this day. So I totally agree with the tragedies that are happening and the need to change things and the need to improve. And I get what we're talking about here, and I as I said, I support trying to do different things to remedy this ongoing problem in our community. So what I would suggest is, I'm not going to support it because of the money feature. I support the concept that why would we restrict it to 200,000 or 100,000? We don't know what it's going to cost. Let's come back with those actual numbers, and then we can discuss that in a more intelligent way than putting a number on it. I would just end by saying I would love to see the advanced peace people compare and contrast the ceasefire program that you talked about, and I forgot the other one that you mentioned earlier.
Mayor's Gang Prevention Initiative.
The Gang Prevention Initiative. So if we could take these concepts, these different concepts,
merge them all together.
Merge them together, be eclectic about it, take the best of each so we can all get behind it and all figure out an all-purpose way to completely stop the shootings is the goal. But if we could take and save any life, 1 life, 10 lives, 100 lives, I totally support that. And I thank you, Chief, for your comments. And
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. You too,
Chief.
Nels.
Chief, I do have 2 questions before you go.
Yes.
There's been a lot of talks about the need for more officers.
Yes.
And everything else. This budget includes approximately a 10% salary increase for your officers. If you had to pick between giving officers a 10% salary raise or having more officers on the ground, what would you choose?
Well, I don't think there's a 10% raise for police officers in our budget or even anywhere close to that.
Actually, the full amount is 10%. 6% salary, and then the rest of the incidentals equals to about 10%.
Let me just say this. I'm going to set aside the 10% because I don't know that to be true.
So let me ask you this question then.
We
have limited funds. Where do you invest your money? In improving compensation or in adding more officers?
Well, it's extremely important that our employees are paid what they deserve to be paid so that they can be retained in our city and not go to another city. When we start paying our police officers and our dispatchers below and far below what other cities are, those officers and those dispatchers start looking for other cities. So it is extremely important that we compensate our employees fairly and fairly based on what the average market is. And if it's a matter of me hiring police officers, we went through this during the time when we were having concessions by the POA. We had officers leaving this department, and then I would have to hire an officer and retrain them. It was a year process. When that happens repeatedly, it's better to pay your employees to stay than it is to add.
I completely understand. I agree. And my understanding is we're not losing officers anymore based on competitiveness in pay or based on competitiveness in health care or pension.
Right.
So before us, several of us want to add more officers. I think it's fair to say between 5 and 25, 5 and 100.
Yes.
Folks want to get higher salaries. We have to actually choose. Which one do you prioritize above the other?
Well, there is a balance.
Let me interrupt.
There's a balance that has to be achieved.
Yeah, well, let's stick with the issue here, and Member Chavez is poking me, calling for the question.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So there is a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. It passes 3-2. Thank you all for your participation in these discussions. I'm sure will continue until we have a resolution. I did want to say that George's mother, Charlotte, was my actual cousin, but he was a cousin too, if that makes sense. So I understand. Thank you.
Thank you all, and we'll see you back in 90 days. Chief, thank you. Aaron, Mayor, thank you all for this difficult conversation, and I think you'll get better in 90 days.
Anything else you want to say, sir? All right, let's get back to the task. Unless we want to adjourn.
I did want to say you're entitled to your own opinion, but not your own facts.
Do you want to adjourn for lunch or? All right, well, let me do one more thing. I think there's a couple more. I did want to open it up for public comment. There's some additional new motions, and if you have comments on the new motions, we'll open it up at this time, right now. Is it okay? You're set up for it? Okay. If you have any on the new motions, please come forward, give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes to talk about the new motions that are made today. Seeing none, we'll close public session. Thank you all very much, and we will see you after lunch. Brianna, thanks for reminding me of that. Appreciate it.
39.
Okay, folks, welcome to the afternoon session of our City Council meeting. We will continue with our budget motions, and at this moment, I think we're on number 39, and that's my motion. I'll withdraw that motion. Number 40, withdraw that motion as well. We've got that resolved. And then number 41, matching the operating budgets, et cetera, and that's by Nelson. And
I did amend that earlier. I don't have anything further to say about this. I'll call for the question.
Okay. Yeah, any comments by my colleagues? Member Bredefeld?
Yeah, I have a question. What did you, my assistant was talking to me. What did you say about that?
I didn't say anything. I just
Motion to approve?
I made a motion to approve, yeah. But so the amendment made earlier was a smaller amount from the original on the spreadsheet.
700,000?
Split between evenly the council districts.
Okay, and that's different than what you had said. You said 97%. I mean, why the change? I'm just curious.
Well, 97% happens to shake out to just about 100,000 for each council district.
Okay.
Yeah. So I thought of a more appropriate number as opposed to just kind of blindly matching it.
Got it. All right, thank you.
Okay, the screen is clear. There's a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Passes 4-0 with members Arias and Surya absent. I think that's the motions on my sheet for the day. No? Okay, well, my list goes to 41, so. Thank you. Oh, I think she withdrew that.
Did she?
Remember, Arias, we did item 41. I'm sorry. 41. And it passed 4-0. Now we're on to item 42. Set aside $100,000 to update Tower District specific plan.
Thank you, Council President. There will be a slight amendment to this item. We will continue to set aside the funds, but it would be from the existing DARM budget.
Okay, that's that amendment by you is seconded by Member Chavez. Anyone like to comment on this? Seeing none, is there any opposition to the item? Passes 5-0. Member Soria absent. Next is item 44. Direct staff to set aside $90,000 in Parks budget to fund the roof replacement at the Boys and Girls Club of West Fresno. And
Thank
this
you,
is
Council President. I do have a slight amendment to this item as well. For the record, it is the replacement of the roof for the Boys and Girls Club in West Fresno. They have fundraised approximately half of the cost. $9,000 is the remaining of the cost, and the funding source would be the CDBG budget. So it wouldn't be the general fund. The CDBG budget would be the source of the revenue.
motion by Member Arias, seconded by Member Chavez. Any comments? Seeing no response, then we will call for the question. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, passes 5-0. Member Soria absent. I believe that's all we have on the motions for today. Sorry? I don't have a list on anything else. So we'll have to discuss those other items at our next meeting next Thursday.
Why aren't we voting on the ones that were made earlier? So you made some motions and I made some motions. Okay.
Very good. So now, thank you. We will go back to our agenda, the TEFRA hearing at 10 a.m. This is an item brought forward by the Finance Department. Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, Philip Hardcastle, Finance Department, Debt Administration. Before you today is a resolution to approve no more than $12 million of bonds to be issued by the California Enterprise Development Authority for the rehabilitation, construction, and equipping of the health care centers located at 1110 North Blackstone Avenue in Council District 7 and 1780 East Bullard Avenue in Council District 6. Under the Tax Equity and Financial Responsibility Act, or TEFRA, the governing body where the facilities that gain benefit of the bond issue are located must hold a hearing to receive public testimony and approve issuance of the bonds. This hearing was noticed on the city's website on June 7, 2019, and as of today, we've received no testimony either for or against the proposed action. Payment of these bonds will be the sole responsibility of the California Enterprise Development Authority from their revenue streams. The city will have no obligation or liability associated with this facility or these bonds. And staff recommends that the council hold the required TEFRA hearing and at its conclusion, adopt the resolution approving the issuance of bonds by the California Enterprise Development Authority. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take this out to the public. Is there anyone that's in the audience wish to come forward and discuss this item? Now's your opportunity. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do we have a motion and a second?
So move.
Motion by member Arias, seconded by member Chavez. Is there any opposition? Passes 5-0. Thank you. Next item is a hearing to consider amendments to the conditional use permit. This is a District 3 item and is presented or sponsored by Darm.
Mary, do you want to come up and present this?
Council, if we can just avoid a presentation and I'll make a motion to approve the item. Just for the reference for the general public, this is the item that requires the owner and developer of the project to buy a liquor license from the existing census tract within 9 months of opening the operation. It is something that the neighborhood has agreed upon, the developer and the city.
Very good. Motion by member Arias, second by member Chavez. Take it to the public. Anyone wish to come up and discuss this, please do so. Thank you for being here. If you'll give us your name and address, you'll have 3 minutes.
Welcome.
Hi. I'm Esther Delahaye. Address is 1130 East Franklin Avenue, Fresno, 93701. I also represent the Lowell CDC. I just want to thank you, Council, for your work on this item to bring it to this point today. On behalf of the Lowell CDC and the residents, the communities surrounding this project, Susan B. Anthony, South Tower, Cultural Arts District, and the Lowell neighborhood, I want to express our support for this amendment. This amendment finally accomplishes what the community asked for from the Planning Commission and City Council over a year ago, that no more liquor licenses be added to our already grossly saturated area. We appreciate all the continued work Council has done to bring forth great resolutions that address this citywide problem. However, without Council pushing them forward to become ordinances, we will continue to see this happen in our neighborhood. So with this project, we have seen how good intentions and great resolutions mean nothing when Council has the power to approve additional licenses against the community and staff recommendation. A year and a half ago, when I came to Planning Commission and again to City Council, my comments were these: we support the new business and development in our area. We want to encourage business that contributes to the health of our community, and we believe this business can do that without adding additional liquor licenses to the area. So thank you for all of your work on this, and we really want to encourage the ordinance that isn't yet an ordinance, but the resolutions to push those forward to continue to be an ordinance, and all of your guys' work in this particular case to not add another liquor license to our area. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wish to come forward? Seeing none, public comment will be closed. We have a motion and a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, passes 5-0. Member Soria absent.
And if I may, Council President, I just want to thank our planning director, Jennifer Clark, and our legal counsel. Although the new ordinances that caps saturations of liquor stores and licenses doesn't take effect for a few months, every development project that has come since, developers, proponents, and business owners are honoring that request. And so we'd like to see that continue. The overall goal is to improve the quality of our neighborhoods, and I appreciate staff honoring the spirit of the new ordinance before it goes into effect. Thank you.
Next item is item 2. It's continued hearing to consider adoption of the 551st Amendment to the Master Fee Schedule. This is citywide. And Mr. Benelli, welcome.
Thank you. Andrew Benelli with the Public Works Department. Here today with a continued hearing, asking the council to consider an amendment to the Master Fee Schedule to increase the citywide fire impact fees. At the last meeting, there was a request from the council for us to work on a comparison with some of the other cities in the area. We have done that work. We provided you with a tray memo showing that many cities in the area what the rates are. I hope you all received that and had a chance to review it. If not, I could repeat some of the information that's provided.
Just for my benefit, we've gotten like 80 tray memos, mostly because we requested a lot of budget information. Can we just repeat the findings of that tray memo for us?
I can. I have it here, if you'll give me just a moment. Don't know where I put it, but I do have it here. The findings were that there are several cities in this area that pay higher fees, that there's also many cities that pay lower fees, and even some areas that pay no fees. Thank you. A general comparison, and we did a comparison of not just the single family, but also the commercial and industrial rates. We are proposing a single family rate, or we're recommending a rate of $1,893 per home. When you look at Clovis, they pay $1,114. Visalia pays $271. We have Merced, $509, Modesto, $382, Turlock, $971. So the list goes on. It's quite a long list. There are many cities in the Sacramento area that are higher. Some of the higher cities are Woodland at $2,889 and West Sacramento at $2,080. I might point out that many of the cities, and there's also some cities like Bakersfield and Sacramento that have no fee at all. And I should point out that some of the cities also have additional revenue sources, either a sales tax override or a property tax, so that the revenue isn't just generated by impact fees. So you see kind of a broad range, but what is being recommended here is within the range of many cities. We would be higher than Clovis, but we're within less than cities in the Sacramento area by quite a ways. And when you look at the industrial and retail, it's even more apparent, or our rates are even closer still to what the other cities are charging. Let me see if I can find some of the other rates here. Let's see. We are recommending $662 for retail. Clovis doesn't charge a fire fee for retail. Visalia charges $145. But when you get up to like Elk Grove, they charge 1,770, and that's per 1,000 square feet of building. These are all at that rate. Other areas that are substantially higher than what we're proposing are El Dorado, West Sacramento, Woodland. Woodland's at 1,685. We're at 662, so they're more than $1,000 over what we are. We also have an office and industrial rate. Again, those are more in line with what we're seeing with other cities than the residential, I would say. Do you have any questions on that comparison?
Motion to approve by Member Chavez, second by Member Esparza. Anybody want to speak? If not,
I would. I'd like the council to consider a friendly amendment since we're increasing fees by 143%, given the significant gap in facilities that are needed. I'd like to have the council consider an amendment that we would no longer waive fire fees without council approval going forward.
Is that amendment acceptable to you, Member Chavez?
That we wouldn't waive fire fees without council approval. Anytime they would want to waive fire fees for any specific project in the city under the new rate structure, they would have to obtain council approval.
City Manager, how often do you think that would be?
I have to tell you, I had Scott pull this up whenever we talked about this last week. I have not waived. Scott, what was my total again that I've waived since becoming city manager? So in 2 years.
Good afternoon, Council. Scott Moser, Public Works. City Manager has only approved 2 industrial I defer fire fee waivers. That's been well over a year ago. It was only totaling about $8,000. There have been a number of waivers on the other programs that are, for example, disadvantaged neighborhoods and the Residential Build Act. Those tend to be individual single-family homes on infill lots. So council could potentially say no waivers at all of fire fees without council approval. We would probably be back on a monthly basis for those small residential infill projects.
How small?
Typically 1 or 2 lots. So
what's typically the amount that you're waiving?
That would be the amount per home. Presently that has been about $770 per home, and assuming the fee increase is approved, then that would be an $1,893.
That's fine. I'll accept the amendment. They could just put them on consent.
So, Councilmember Chavez, I'm actually willing to make an adjustment and just say related to commercial and industrial fees being waived, so we don't have to slow down any infill of housing.
Thank you. Council, there is a legal issue with that. To the extent fees may be waived through an objective across-the-board program, that does not necessarily trigger prevailing wage. If council is waiving fees ad hoc per project, it's a lot more likely that will trigger prevailing wage for that project. So you might keep that in mind.
Do you suggest any changes to the language?
No, but just understand that if you were to bring an industrial fee waiver to the council, it likely would trigger prevailing wage for that project.
Okay. All right, thank you. Then it looks like we have a motion to approve and a second with an amendment that we not waive industrial or commercial fire impact fees going forward without council approval.
Without council approval.
All right. So with that, does anybody on my left wish to speak on this item? Anyone on my right? For me, as I said during the last hearing, I can't support a 143% increase in anybody's fees. It's incumbent upon us to adjust our fee schedule accordingly when it comes time to these different items. And I hope with my vote, at least in my comments, we can review the fee schedule for other departments and see where the increase needs to be made and make those increases incrementally so it doesn't come to 143% increase. So with that, I'm not going to support this. So we'll call for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? I oppose. Passes 4-1 with Member Soria absent. Thank you. Oh, you know what? We didn't go to the public. I don't think I went to the public. Anyone in the public wish to comment on this? Sorry about that. Thank you. Public comment is closed. Next, we go to a hearing on the local register of historic resources. This is Darm. You can pull that mic right down to where it's comfortable.
You can hear me. Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for your time. I'm Laura Van Ona, Historic Preservation Specialist for the city. I'm here today to present 2 nominations for the local Register of Historic Resources. They have both been requested by the property owners, and they have been found eligible at a public hearing by the local Historic Preservation Commission, and they've been forwarded to your consideration for approval. Let me know if you'd like a presentation or questions.
It's District 3's area.
Actually, Council, it would be my hope that we can table this. Is there any reason it's time sensitive for us to approve today? I haven't had an opportunity to meet with staff on the historical nature of these properties. Is there a reason we have to approve today? Any deadlines we're concerned with?
No deadline, simply for the convenience of the property owners.
Okay, then I'd like to make a motion to table this to the next meeting, and then we can have an opportunity to meet and then have it approved then.
Member Arias made a motion, seconded by Member Chavez. Excuse me, is there any opposition? Seeing none, the matter is tabled.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next is a hearing to consider adoption of the 552nd fee schedule resolution. It's a citywide item, and it's with Darm. Good afternoon, Mr. Sanchez.
Good afternoon, City Council President Capriello, Mike Sanchez, Development Resource Management staff. The matter before you today is a comprehensive fee study that analyzes existing development fees and recommends adjustments based on a full cost recovery methodology. The fees were last updated by Council back in November of 2011. DARM initiated this fee study to ensure that the subject fees neither exceeded the cost of services nor they fall short of recovery thresholds. The study did evaluate both current planning and building safety divisions of DARM, as well as look at the general plan surcharge and industrial technology surcharge. Staff did conduct outreach during this process with the building industry with no formal comments being received by the department. If approved, the amended fees will be revenue neutral as the intent of the update and would be in effect 60 days upon adoption, which would be September 1st of this year. Staff has nothing further to add to this presentation and is available for questions, as well as our consultant that performed the study.
Thank you very much. We'll take it to the public. Anyone in our community wish to come forward? This is the opportunity to address the council. Okay, we'll come to the council itself for comments. Member Bredefield?
I had a question for you, Mike. On page 5 of the staff report, at the top, it alludes to resulting in modification to 4 fees. You see that at the top?
I'm sorry, Councilor Brewer, can you repeat the question?
Page 5 of 5 on your report.
Okay.
The top paragraph at the end of the sentence says resulting in modifications to 4 fees, and it's just ... 2 dots. I was wondering what that was referring to, what fees.
I apologize, Councilor Bredefield. I am not following you at this particular point. Can you give me a second, please?
Yeah.
Yes, the comments that we did receive at our initial meeting with the public, there were questions related to a couple of the fees that were, there were some questions related, but we did answer those. Essentially, there were questions about, the processing time that it took, so we did answer those questions. And then to date, there were no other further comments that were given to us as a result of any of the fees that were involved in that study.
But are you able to address the staff report, which says resulting in modifications to 4 fees, and it doesn't outline those 4 fees?
Okay. That would be...
There's nothing here.
Okay. Okay. 1 second, Councilmember Bredefield.
Member Arias?
Just one question for staff. Is this item timely? We have a lot of questions on what's increasing, where, how much. The staff report is not, it doesn't provide that summary. Is there any reason it needs to be done today? Can we move it for a meeting?
Sure. Councilmember Arias, the item can be continued to next week. It's important that the fees are updated. We're required by state law to review these and address and appropriate the correct amount to the actual processing. So this is our operational processing. The fees have not been updated for over 7 years. So we are significantly behind in updating the fees. The report actually outlines in details every single fee that's changing and updating. So this is the processing fee. Say you come in for a building permit. So this is the fee that you pay for that building permit to cover the time of the plan check and to cover the time of the inspection. So this is not impact fees. These are actually operational processing fees. But that direct, those actual fees that are all changing, the existing, current, and the proposed are all in the actual fee study. Our consultant is here and has a presentation that was attached to your staff report if you would like for her to present how we go about determining what those fees are and how we charge those.
I don't know what the will of council is. I know like my head is completely in the budget, and that's where I've been for like 30 days now, so I really haven't had a chance to read the backup material. So if it's not a big burden to staff, I'd like to table it for a week and let us read the PowerPoint and all the details.
Would you like to see the PowerPoint? It'll only take about 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, the question though, can you answer this resulting modifications to the 4 fees?
So in the PowerPoint on page 18, the 4 fees.
Jennifer, wait 1 second. If it's okay, I think it's important for them to do the PowerPoint presentation, and then if you all have additional questions, staff can meet with you, and then we'll bring the item forward for your consideration next week. Is that fair? And I think what Jennifer's indicating is the PowerPoint will answer Councilmember Brenda Feld's question. Is that fair enough?
That's fine.
Okay. Jennifer, does that work for you?
Yep.
Okay.
Council President Capriello, I'd like to introduce you to Nicole Kazan from NBS. She is the consultant that performed the study that you're under consideration today.
Thank you. Welcome to our council meeting. And my colleagues are going to settle down in a minute, and then we can go through the presentation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. It is about 20 slides long, but I'll go through it quickly. I understand you guys have been in hearings all morning and ready to keep moving. So just hitting the highlights here for you. As Jennifer mentioned, what we're covering here are mostly fees that are regulatory in nature. The reason we're charging the fee, or the reason the city charges the fee, is because they need to perform plan review or inspection services for regulating development in the city. And these are fees that the council has the authority to adopt. And what we're not looking at here is anything related to a tax, a fine, or a development impact fee, which is the item that came before us. So I think that's a good distinction, that we have studied fees that are, under the California Constitution, a fee and not a tax because they do not exceed the estimated and reasonable cost of providing the service. So they require a cost of service basis in order to be legitimate as a fee. We looked at planning and building fees throughout this process. And really the purpose of this study was to follow an industry standard methodology that establishes what the full cost of providing these city services is, and then work on setting fees accordingly, according to local policy, whether that's 100% or something lower. And that can be a task that goes fee by fee and adopts all fees at 100% or some fees at less than 100%. So how we approach this is, because the fee structure and the fees hadn't been studied in a number of years, we looked at every single fee in the fee list for planning and building. We talked about if we want to make changes, are there any fees that should be restructured. We collected a number of data points, which would be the adopted budget, workload, and time on task or time per service estimates from city staff. And from there, we build a fee model that works with a fully burdened hourly rate multiplied by the time it takes, and it runs some reconciliation efforts to make sure that we're not structuring a fee schedule that would significantly under or over collect the costs of providing services. So there's the data. When we talk about the full cost of providing services, what does that mean? It means all eligible, reasonable costs that can be identified associated with planning and building regulatory services. So that's going to include obvious direct costs like salaries and benefits and operating costs that are in a line item budget, as well as allocated costs such as overhead that might exist within planning or building and overhead that would come into DARM from the citywide services such as HR, finance, et cetera. And then sometimes you have departments that support each other, and those costs are valid. And in this study, we also looked at surcharges or additional fees that would help maintain the permitting software as well as the general plan on an ongoing basis. So I think an important thing about the methodology to understand is that when we study, for example, a planning department, and we discover that there's $3.6 million in costs total for the planning division, that doesn't mean that we're recommending that 100% of those costs be included in the calculation for fees. So there are some services that we say, hey, these really shouldn't be recovered in fees, and therefore what you're seeing here is that in planning, about 80% of those costs are built into the fee table, and in building, it's quite a bit higher. It's almost 100%, and that's very typical outcome of a study for a planning and building operation. So, for example, in planning, we wouldn't recommend recovery of certain types of general public informational services that occur at the counter, Public Records Act requests, et cetera. So we do look at things on an activity basis. What's the cost of those services and which ones should be recovered in fees? So when we calculated a fully burdened hourly rate that includes all of these types of costs that we're talking about, direct, indirect, and support-related costs, the outcomes of the study were planning at $187 per hour, building at $109, and building inspection at $119. And this is not a huge increase from what the study yielded 7 years ago. I think planning went up by 14%, and building was a very minor adjustment. So really the methodology, when it comes down to it, it's how long does it take to provide a service from start to finish? What is the hourly rate? There's your maximum fee amount. And so now we're at the point where those outcomes are included in our report. They're in the appendices. There's hundreds of fees there. Most of them show an increase, some of them show a decrease, and some of them show about 100% cost recovery, and that is a typical outcome of any fee study. Usually it will run the gamut, so to speak, like that. Right. Oops. And I think there was a question about which 4 fees. So far the staff held a meeting with the Building Industry Association. We were there to represent the project, and there was a request on several planning fees about the time estimates and the information included in the report, and staff did direct us to adjust those, and those 4 fees are the ones that you see up here on the table. So it was for annexations, conditional use permits of a specific type, and map fees, map processing fees in planning.
Can you be very specific on what was the proposed fee, what was the requested fee from BIA, and what was the final fee that's being recommended by staff? I'd like to know exactly the level of influence that BIA imposed on reducing fees.
Okay, sure. So I think that's in the table. I think most of it's in the table here, and somebody from staff, please back me up if I don't get all the information out there, but where it says draft final report outcomes, those were the outcomes of the study and the full cost of service amount before we met with the BIA. So that was the original draft report from NBS at, for example, 73 hours and a full cost recovery amount of $13,615 for an annexation application. And after discussing between staff and the BIA, which they can definitely provide more information on what that discussion was, the hours were adjusted down to 66, and therefore the full cost of service went down to $12,309. And you would just follow that same logic through all of these different services. Would you like to hear from staff a little bit about what that conversation was? Okay.
Here's where I'm trying to understand staff. The building industry always complains that plans take too long to get processed. We're spending a ton of money on adding additional resources to the planning department. This year's budget includes 3 additional positions to process plans on time with the money back guarantee. So while we're pouring more money into the planning department, I don't want to see that we're actually reducing the amount of funding that we take in from the construction industry, and then they come back in 6 months saying, we need to put more general fund money into this department because things are not operating as they should.
Yeah. Councilmember Arias, I'm Bonique Emerson, planning manager with the DARM department. So what occurred is that the BIA asked about some specific fees, and they didn't ask about cost specifically. They asked about hours, estimated hours of time to complete the task. And so we went back. I had gathered lots of data. This was last year. So I went back through the data, and what we had done when we calculated the estimated time for each type of application is we got 3 samples from different planners for all of the different types of applications, and we took an average. When we went back and looked at parcel maps, for example, that was one area where we had a very divergent range of estimated hours. So we went back, we sat down, and we talked about it and discussed the timeframes for parcel maps, especially in relationship to the changes that have occurred over time since last year. And agreed upon a modification in the estimated hours to process a parcel map. In addition, we looked at the special CUP for Woodward Park height exception, which is a unique CUP type that was done in the past. We have not received an application of that type in the past 5 years. So we decided to remove that fee, and that if we ever did get a special CUP application for a height exception, it would just be processed as a normal CUP. It doesn't require this special fee, so we removed that. So that's what occurred and why some of the fees were adjusted.
I'm prepared to make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Member Arias, second by Member Chavez. Any other council member wish to speak on this? Seeing none, we did the public portion already, so is there any opposition? Passes 5-0. Thank you for your report and presentation. Very well done.
And city manager and staff, thank you for being really clear with us. I mean, we appreciate very clear and direct answers. So
Hang in there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for hearing that today.
All right, we're going to go to general administration. Item 3A, FMC Section 4-502D, Design, Build, and Qualifications Method for FAT. And here's our airport director, Kevin Michael.
Council President, Council, good morning. Kevin Michael, Director of Aviation. The FMC that change that was adopted this morning included a change that required that department come before council to seek approval to move forward with a project under this type of procurement method, design build type of procurement method. It wasn't in the FMC before, even though we had design build as an option. But so that's why this is a follow-on item to this morning. I am proposing with this action to execute and deliver our 2 big airport expansion projects under this design build methodology. I'm doing that because the complexity of the projects, in addition to the sensitivity to the schedule and the budget, and I believe this is really the appropriate method. With that, I'm here to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve. All right, we'll take it to the public. Anyone out in the community here like to come forward and make a comment or two for 3 minutes? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. We have a motion and a second. The screen is clear. Any opposition? Passes 5-0. Member Soria absent. Thank you much. Item 3B, approve agreement with Tudor Perini, Zaki Parsons joint venture for City of Fresno Plan Review. This is with Public Works. Thanks for being here.
Good afternoon, Council President, Council. Jesus Avitia, Deputy City Engineer with the Public Works Department. The item before you is recommended for approval to enter an agreement with TPZP related to high-speed rail for a City of Fresno Plan Review and Construction Management Services agreement. The agreement does not have an impact to the general fund, and it's an actual cost recovery. Staff is standing by if you have any questions.
Fantastic presentation. Anyone from the public wish to address this? Please come forward. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. And council, anybody?
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second it. Motion by Member Arias. I'll second it. Any opposition? Seeing none, passes 5-0. Member Soria absent. On to item 3C, actions pertaining to a traffic signal installation at Bullard and Grantland Avenue. This is District 2.
I'd like to make a motion to deny since we don't have a council member. He doesn't get a street light. No second?
There's no second, so that motion fails. Motion to approve by Member Bredefield, seconded by Member Chavez. Any comment from the people today? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. And there's a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, passes 5-0. Member Soria absent. Okay, we can go to item 3D. Actions pertaining to initiating proceedings and declare intention to levy the annual assessment. This is citywide. Public Works. Motion to approve by Member Chavez, seconded by Member Bredefield. I guess it's a co-sponsor second as well as Member Arias. Take it to the public. Anyone in the public want to come forward and talk about this? This is the perfect opportunity. And seeing none, we'll bring it back here. We have a motion and a second. And any opposition? Passes 5-0. Member Soria absent.
Thank you, Councilmember Bredefield, for supporting more taxes.
Now we'll go to action. We'll go to 3F. Pardon me, 3E.
I'd like to make a motion to approve on behalf of Council District 1.
Second, motion by Arias, second by Chavez. Anyone in the public want to comment on this item? This is your time. Seeing no one come forward, we will close public and screen is clear. Any opposition? Passes 5-0. Member Soria absent. All right, did we do 3D, Brianna?
Yes, we did.
3D, 3E is we just finished. So we'll go down to 3F.
3F was moved
Pulled.
to the consent agenda earlier
Thank
today.
you. 3G, approve agreement with Focus Strategies.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Member Arias, second by Member Chavez. Anyone in the public wish to come forward and make a comment or two on this? You're more than welcome to do so. Yes, sir. Please come up. Give us your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
This is on 3G, right?
Yes.
Is that
Yes,
okay?
it is.
Yes, my name is Jonas Paulos. I'm a homeless veterans advocate and veterans as a whole. Yeah, we need to tackle this problem that we have. It's been escalating. I've been on the ground for 4 years assisting our veterans, and there's a heavy population of them among the regular homeless, and you're not going to find them. There was an article written on a Fresno Bee on June 8th. I was really disappointed because it wasn't the truth. The point in time, it says 1,100. How about times 4? Okay, with the ordinance that we have, you're not going to find them in one place. So we do have crisis. We threw a lot of money to it. I know Councilmember Chavez and Miguel Arias and Bredefield are looking, please audit this money. There's a lot of money. We need to see some buildings, and I'm experiencing a lot of death among the regular homeless and my veterans. So, we need to really find a solution. And if you to look in that, there's 14 things that needs to be done on that article. If you to Google Fresno Bee, June 8th, it tells you those 14. And we don't do that. We're going to continue talking about this. The 10-year plan, I watched it under Mayor Ashley fell on his face. We need to tackle it head on, and quit kidding ourselves. This is a huge problem throughout California, not just Fresno. I grew up here 34 years as an immigrant from Eritrea. I've never seen this much homeless in my life. So we really need to, especially take care of our veterans. They are, man, I love those guys. I became one, even though I'm not a veteran. They're a beautiful population. Thank you for their transportation. We need to do for our veterans more. Thank you.
Thank you for advocating for our veterans. Anyone else want to come forward? Please give us your name and address, and you have 3 minutes to address the council.
I just have a question. Brandy News Villegas, 713 East Andrews Avenue, District 7. We just wanted clarification on what exactly the focus strategies consultants, what their role is, what exactly they're doing as consultants, if we may ask.
Sure, absolutely. If I can take on the question. As you know, the state awarded the city of Fresno about $3.1 million to address the immediate needs for our homeless population. In order to put that money out on the agenda today, there's a couple of contracts that begins to put out the money for immediate shelters, particular 2 shelters. This specific contract is for the administration of the $3 million. So we actually have to pay folks to administer, monitor, provide oversight, and manage the resources being put out on the street for our homeless community. We believe that it will be needed for 2 years until we combine our forces with the County of Fresno, where then the professional staff in the County of Fresno potentially would then manage the funds to make sure that we're in compliance with all the state rules and the requirements of the money being put out for the homeless population. So this is simply the administration cost for putting out $3.1 million.
Anyone else like to come forward and give us a statement? You're more than welcome to do so after you give us your name and your address.
Hi, Desiree Martinez, homeless advocate. This morning, today, we had citywide cleanup. One of them was Hyde Park. We talk about all the money that we have here, the money that's going to help, the shelters, the low barrier. I believe in January, February, we were in here, and you guys mentioned it would be 60 days before you had the low barrier shelters. Now we were just told the other day it's going to be another 60 days. That's 120 days. How many are we going to get there? And they're going to say, well, maybe by the end of the year we're going to have low barrier shelters. Because after this morning of going out there and trying to advocate for the homeless while they were doing a cleanup, by the way, they did a great job. They did not come out in uniforms, and everybody was respectful, the street family members and all authorities that were there. I'm telling you, that was the best cleanup that I've seen, because there was nobody pushing weight, nobody in gear and guns and all that stuff. So it worked out, and I got to say that. You guys did a good job on that this morning. Unfortunately, we have a 64-year-old lady who has been victimized several times over at the Poverello house. They had a bed for her at Naomi's house, but she's traumatized and terrified to go there. She's 64 years old. Today, I just took her to my house after I picked her up from camp and gave her a shower, and she hasn't had one in months. She's here, but she's afraid that you're not going to believe anything that she says. She does want to speak on her own behalf. But we do need places for elderly, because if we put her in the Poverello house or the Fresno Rescue Mission, there's so many different types of people down in that area that she's terrified, she's scared. So what I'm hoping that we at least get out of some of this money is a low barrier that has to do with just elderly, like a certain age and over. Because like I said before, we are losing 70 to 100 homeless individuals. I just buried one yesterday. And it's sad, because he didn't have any next of kin or anything like that. And it is a homicide. And I just want more focus on what's going on out in the streets. If the homeless know that you care about them, then attitudes will change. Things will change and stuff like that. I'm just really hoping that we get different types of shelters for different people. LGBTQ, elderly, vets. You got your homeless youth out here that are fostered out. So many different categories. I'm just hoping that we don't get bunched up into one area, and it will cause a lot of problems. And unfortunately, I'm afraid it won't work, because we've tried that before. So I'm just hoping that we do have some type of low barrier shelter. That's new, not more beds that are still at the Poverello House or the beds that are at Turning Point, but something new. I heard about your Rodine Park thing, which is great. I'm all for that, and I hope it works out. But hopefully you guys will listen to her because she is scared. And if she decides to come up here, then I just wish you guys would listen with open ears and at least believe in her and what she says.
Thank you very much. And of course, we welcome any comments, and we would encourage everyone, including her, to come forward and give us their opinions on these items. That's what we're here for, is to listen to the public.
Okay.
So we'd like to hear from her.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And just for the record, we are officially beginning to open the low barrier shelters. The county has begun to do it. We're next. Unfortunately, it takes time because we have to go through the official bid process. We can't simply pick somebody and give them money. So it does take a little more time. But I do appreciate you coming in and reminding us of the urgency.
Thank you, H, for your help.
So, Council, it's my privilege to introduce Sylvia. She was at Hyde Park. When we met her there with the HERO team, she was living in a van with 2 dogs because she was being harassed. She explained to me that she's not chemically dependent. She's not an alcoholic because she had polio as a kid. People accuse her of being drunk because she walks with a bit of a limp, but I think she's a beautiful person and she's here on her own and she wants to express herself. So Sylvia, the mic is yours.
I was at Poverello House, but every time I was going to go to eat lunch or whatever, people would push me and they would fight over the food, like if there wasn't enough food for everybody. And then after lunch, they wouldn't even eat the food. All the food was thrown in the trash can. And they would always be fighting for food. And I can't walk very well. I can't walk fast. So they would push me and then accuse me of being a drunk or on drugs. And I'm not a drunk and I'm not a drug addict.
So Sylvia, you had explained to me that your son was actually a safe place for you until he himself became homeless.
Yes, I was at my son's house right here in Fresno, except that he got canned out of his house. And I happened to be there, and they threw me out too, out of the house. So I ended up.
What would you like to see?
Well, I wanted somewhere to live where I could be safe from sexual predators and alcoholics and drugs and drug addicts, you know, because I don't do that kinds of stuff. And then I got thrown out there, and I ended up at Hyde Park, and then that place where they cleaned out. And there was too many holes and too many things, and I had trouble walking. And I tripped over a piece of metal, and I messed up my hand, and there was no medical help for me. And I still can't work my hand right.
Thank you.
So that's the problem. But everybody says that I'm not all there because ever since I've been little, I've been very sensitive, you know, for everything. So everybody says that I'm not all there, that I'm crazy, but I'm not.
Believe you. Thank you, Sylvia.
We thank you so much for coming forward and giving us your opinion, and come back whenever you feel that you need to address us. We'd be happy to hear from you again. So thank you very much. Anyone else like to come forward and comment? This would be the opportunity. Seeing none, we'll bring it back, and we have a motion to close public comment, and we have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Passes 5-0. Member Soria absent. 3H is award a service contract for the City of Fresno's Tank 3 surface water treatment facility. This is public utilities. We already closed public comment. You can comment on this next item, sir.
Well, we just wanted to mention that the homeless community is looking forward to a remedy, as well as being a part of, you know, the putting of this remedy together, as opposed to feeling like this remedy for their issues just happening to them. So that's what the community wants you to know.
Thank you very much. Item 3H, that's public utilities. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mike Carbajal, Department of Public Utilities. This is a request to award a service contract to Partners in Control, doing business as Enterprise Automation. Contract is in the amount of $622,069. It's for the City of Fresno's T3 surface water treatment facility to upgrade the SCADA software, the operator control system. Primary objective would be to remote operate this facility, utilize the existing staffing now at the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility to run this seasonal surface water treatment plant.
Thank you very much. That's in District 4, and I make a motion to approve. Second by Member Chavez. We'll take it to the public. Anyone in the audience wish to come forward and comment, please do so. Seeing none, we'll close the public comment, and there's a motion and a second. Any opposition? Passes 5-0. Member Soria absent. We will move on to item 3I, actions pertaining to the design of the recycled water distribution system in the southwest quadrant, and this is District 3.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Member Chavez, motion to approve.
Okay, Councilmember Butterfield.
By Member Arias, seconded by Member Chavez. Anyone in the public wish to comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Any comments by the council? Member, no? Okay, good. Then we will take it to the vote. Any opposition? 5-0. Member Soria absent. Thank you very much. 3J.
Motion to approve.
Okay. This is an action pertaining to recycled water transmission main. And we have a motion and a second. We'll go to the public. Anyone wish to comment on it? Please come forward, give us your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes. Seeing none, is there any opposition? Passes 5-0. Member Soria absent. 3K, this is in District 3. Actions pertaining to the recycle water transmission main. District 3. This is public utilities.
So move.
Motion by Member Arias, seconded by Member Chavez. Anyone out in our public here, our community, wish to come forward? This is the perfect time. Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Any opposition? Passes 5-0. Member Soria absent. 3L, approval of a third amendment to the agreement entered between the City of Fresno. Motion to approve by Member Chavez. I'll second it. To the public, anyone wish to comment, please come forward. Seeing none, we'll close that portion. Is there any opposition? We have 4 yes, 1 no by Member Esparza.
What item was that?
3L. So that'll be 4-1. Member Esparza opposing the motion and Member Soria absent. So now we'll go to...
For the record, 3L. I know the administration is working on an RFP. We do expect that the RFP process will continue. And I just want to say on the record that SPCA is probably the most dismissive, poorly run organization that I think we've had to deal with. And clearly they're not interested in making improvements or meeting with the city related to our concerns. So I think it's fair to say that they're on notice, that they need to fix things, especially since they're pretty free to ask for more money for the same service that they've been providing for years that hasn't been up to par. So thanks, staff, for meeting with us and asking for us to continue to be patient as we work out an RFP process.
Thank you for those comments. Next is item 4, City Council. This is actions related to an expedited, streamlined permitting process for the electric vehicle charging station. This is Vice President Arias. Any presentation for us or motion? So page 11.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Is there any comments from the staff on this item? I know we had some additional adjustments that they have been made. Are we good? Are we good, Director Clark? Okay, thank you. Sorry, I've been distracted with budget, so.
You know, I have a question, Jennifer, and I apologize because Jim's not here. I think he's watching from home. But was Jim Shad okay with everything as well? Okay, perfect. Then we're fine. Thank you for asking.
Thank you. And just for the purpose of the benefit of the public, this is a resolution required by the state of California so that cities like ours expedite the process of installation and construction of electric charging stations for hybrid vehicles. So thank you, staff, for moving on this so quickly and allowing us to accommodate the electric charging stations that everybody wants in their neighborhoods and in their commercial areas.
Motion?
I have a question.
Motion by Member Arias, second by Member Chavez. Member Bredeville.
Yeah. How many vehicle stations are we anticipating? Do we know?
We don't know how many applications we have in the queue. We do know that the big one that we've been working with is the settlement of Volkswagen. I don't know if you recall, but they got sued for not measuring fuel efficiency appropriately. So part of the settlement is that they're required to fund construction and installation of electric charging stations across the country. Fresno was selected as one of those places, but we need a resolution to expedite the process. Staff has done a really good job of creating a very simple checklist and several templates and design options for those who wish to install those stations so they can move quickly through the process.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone in the public wish to address this item, please come forward. It's an electric station, vehicle station. Seeing none, motion and a second. Any opposition? 5-0, Member Soria absent. I think that is all the items we have here. So we have one thing left, and that is our unscheduled communication. And David Love, Fourth Hmong Saint, it's your opportunity. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Is that 3 minutes?
Yes, sir.
David Love, number 4, building 429. The first Hmong Saint, the only one from the Hmong population, the white dove. The 100 in Jesus' heaven's kingdom. The heart on the mountain is mine. Voicing all the way to Washington, D.C., Donald Trump, Nancy Pelosi, the Democrats, the Republican. Voicing all the way to Jared Brown, Sacramento, also to the United States of America. Paula Yang, the Dark World of Satan, her organizations, those House of Satan that I pointed out to. They're working with GV Wire that needs to wire down. They're hacking into Washington, D.C. Terry's part of the fallen angel of Satan. Paula Yang's organization of Cocons, of 6 numbers of Satan, has been doing lots of killings of infants, baby, kids, children, youth, and elders, to 1,000 to 1,000,000, going to 1 billion of being killed. Just wait. They're hacking into Washington, D.C. They want to cheat the votes. Machines are not the answer. Machines is not accurate and it's not fast. They've seen the storm. Paula Yang's Dark World of Satan, her organization. When race 12, race 4 was to the highest of the trust and the promise stands. The next door that comes in, there's 200 lightning strikes. 100 lightning strikes towards Paula Yang's organization. Those House of Satan that I pointed out to in City District number 5. Another 100 lightning strikes towards Terry, the fallen angel of Satan. Terry has been harming Washington, D.C. they've been making a lot of, especially Terry, has been making a lot of, for the lives of humanity points, for the lives of humanity air beepings of audios, for the lives of humanity rules. They also are making for the lives of predictions towards Washington, D.C. They're not going with Jesus' heavens. Well, I'll be back to voice again. That's not enough hour. That's not enough. I couldn't get the 30 minutes to an hour.
Thank you very much for
voicing.
your comments. Appreciate it, Mr. Love. Anyone else?
There's way more.
We know there's a lot more.
The cell phone
But Mr.
on
Love,
the airplane mode with earphones.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone else wish to comment? This is unscheduled communication. Please give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you guys doing? My name is Akiva Frost. I don't have a current address. I'm homeless. I came up here because I just feel that if you guys are going to be giving the Poverello House and the mission money for homeless people, you're wasting your money. I almost died because of them. I was told that I was supposed to be, I just had my daughter. Last time I came here, I was still pregnant. All I gotta say is, you guys are wasting your money. Why? Because of the fact being that I've asked them plenty of times, can I just rest? I had a cesarean with my daughter, emergency C-section. And they were waking me up at 5:30 in the morning, telling me that I have 15 minutes to feed my child. Do you even eat for 15 minutes? Without having to glut down your food. I didn't get no help while I was in there. I'm homeless. How you gonna tell me, oh, go out there and look for an apartment, but how am I gonna pay for the application fee? How am I gonna do things like that? So honestly, I hear you guys sitting there talking about charging stations and spending money on all this other stuff. There are so many abandoned buildings around Fresno that you guys can make into shelters. And for people that, if it's a family shelter, it needs to be more family orientated. Not be like, get up at 5:30 in the morning and get your 2 kids and you gotta go. Not drop you off in the hot heat and it's 105 with the 2-year-olds and babies. To me, I feel like before you guys start trying to pay for all this other stuff and you guys trying to knock the homeless for the things that they do, I think that you guys should actually look at the regulations and the rules of all these shelters that you guys have out here. Because like I said, you guys are wasting your money. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address this? Come on down here to the microphone and we'll give you 3 minutes.
Opposite direction, see who gets to go first. Hi, Brandy News Vegas, 713 East Andrews. Was item 3F approved or tabled? I thought it was put on consent?
It was put on consent this morning, so it was passed.
Oh, okay. Well,
Keep going.
I did, since it's living way, I'll go ahead and continue on with what I want to share quickly, as time's late. But one of the suggestions I want to put for priority is you're hearing people sharing things that you might not have heard of, and I would recommend having an advisory committee that includes those who are unsheltered to be able to tell you more about the weaknesses. One of the things I want to suggest is to make a priority is to be focused on exploring where the weak areas are and where the holes are in these services that you guys are putting on the resolutions, because there's great areas, there are some great things, but I'm seeing a lot of holes in areas where it's just not connecting there, and people are falling through the cracks. And having an advisory committee would be a great step with advocates like Mike Rhodes and Des Martinez and those who are homeless to be able to share with you areas that there are weaknesses and help tighten those up and make sure that the things that you guys are putting so much effort into are actually succeeding. There are some of the things that I can see now that are weak areas is the fact that in the heat there is no it's very hard for them to access cooling shelters. It's only when it's 105, and the Poverello House and Rescue Mission do not have cooling centers. So they are vulnerable. The elderly are vulnerable to heat exposure. During the winter, the cooling centers are only, the warming centers are only for a certain temperature, and people are still vulnerable. And then they have to leave the warming centers at 5:30 during the coldest time of the day when there's weaknesses. There are people who the police approach them are not having them move their things and not telling them, helping them with services. There are those who are, like today, but there are others who aren't, and they're falling through the cracks. I've heard of someone, I just met someone who went into the alcohol program and really wanted to get help, and he was kicked out because he was running late. He called them to tell him he was running late. They told him to just go ahead and come the next day, and then he was kicked out for not being there. So there are areas where I would appreciate that you guys look into areas with the Rescue Mission and POV that are not serving those who are really working really hard to try to get themselves off the street, and see where you can strengthen the efforts that you're already putting in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to come forward? Please give us your name and address.
Oh, he already went.
I want to let you guys know that the date is June 28, 2019.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Good afternoon. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Gentleman, Nicole Linder, Marjorie Mason Center Executive Director. And I did come today to speak on item 3F. I apologize, I listened from home, but when things jump around and move around, it's sometimes a challenge to know what got missed. I was coming today to thank you for your support. You have all personally and collectively expressed your support for what we do and other victim service providers do. I was terribly disappointed to see that there was no language in the priorities as it related to services for victims in general, domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking. There was a large community collaborative process. We have the Streets to Home that was approved by this group, and in it there was language about building and implementing collaborative community solutions to reduce homelessness among domestic violence survivors. That's not in there. Your own police chief last month had a press conference to say that your domestic violence calls in the city are expected to skyrocket this year. So I know you've already passed this. I just still want to express concern that if we are short-sighted and not specifically calling out a population that is governed by laws of confidentiality and can't just fit into a mainstream solution, we could have larger issues on our hand as a community. So thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions now or later.
Nicole, just for the record, we have not approved Streets to Home yet. We're working on 14 principles, partnership with the county, but that
got approved, right?
Not yet. The principles have, that has not yet.
But nothing in the principles address violence services at all. I mean, it spells out a lot of other subgroups and populations and nothing addressing victims.
Just for the record, do you currently receive funding from the city of Fresno?
Yes.
How much do you receive in total funding from the city?
Let's see. 100, and you changed the amount for the ESG. It's about $300,000.
And then last year we gave you a significant CDBG allocation, right? For the kitchen?
Absolutely. Like I acknowledged in the very beginning, you have been very supportive. Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Nicole, I don't think based just because of those 14 points that you're not going to be involved in receiving money from the HEAP funding, because I suspect you are. But the 14 principles, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but it's not going to preclude us funding if there is a need, and I think there is, the services that you provide.
This isn't about me receiving funding in any way, shape, or form. This is about me just advocating that we recognize that this is a population that should be considered when we're talking about collaborative solutions community-wide to ensure that across the board we're looking at it holistically.
Okay.
It's not about me asking for funding. You've been very supportive.
Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I believe there's a gentleman in the back that wanted to make a comment. Please come forward, give us your name and address.
Points.
And you'll have 3 minutes, sir.
Jay on behalf of Black Collar Life and blackcollar.org. Address 1005 Irwin, Fresno, California 93706. We wanted to address a couple concerns. One, the most important one, is probably to be sure that everyone recognizes that the city is currently right now throwing out a bunch of ideal solutions as to what they need and require to address this issue from their standpoint. And meanwhile, we have a bunch of organizations and organizers that are trying to put some things together that meets the city's criteria, to address the current issue of homelessness. In doing so, our organization is requesting that everyone keep the focus on the homeless individuals we're looking to service so that they're not forgotten in lieu of us trying to prepare something for them. So it's more or less not us preparing something for them, but them helping us to prepare them something for themselves is the way it should probably be worded bestly. So that's where we're at. We're working with the homeless community to put some things together for the homeless community on behalf of the city of Fresno at their request. We're looking to not exclude anyone, to make sure that everyone is included in this based on all demographics, whether handicapped, disabled, mentally, physically, whether male, female, whether any type of person in need of emergency services or emergency shelter, any kind of emergency or persons in need. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to comment during unscheduled communications? Please give us your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
Jonas Palos, veterans advocate and homeless, 5891 South Cherry Avenue. Homelessness is not an identity or the result of someone's mistakes. It is the result of broken systems, people falling through the cracks. With that said, our veterans are part of that. With PTSD, they go fight a war, they come back, okay, Johnny, now go figure it out. It's killing me. 4 years into it, I'm proud to say I love what I do. And, my dad is a veteran from my country, so I saw his PTSD. And they need help. And I'm getting confused, 4 years advocating for the homeless and the veterans, period. What is homelessness? Until we figure out what it is, we're not going to solve it. We threw money for 10 years, 20 years, and 10 years from now, I really don't want to talk about it. I might not have the energy to keep going. It's heartbreaking, a lot of death. And we just have to, it's going to take a lot of people, a lot of resources, private, nonprofits, housing authority, all of them together, and including our churches. They're missing in action. I think we need them. I'm working on a letter right now with a Vietnam veteran. I'm going to reach out to those churches because maybe have a change of strategy also. Let's capture the ones, help them before they fall into the homelessness. Once they fall down and gets chronic, it is a difficult task. As we hear, we put a lot of money into it. We need to audit it and continue to audit the money because there's a lot of money in. Where's the result? There's more homeless people than ever. Look around you. You see people pushing carts from here all the way to River Park and across. There's in the south, east, west, and north. So, we do have a problem, and let's tackle it head on, work with the county. What is it, street to home? Let's not just do a name change. We need to really solve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to come forward and address the council? This is unscheduled communication. Please give us your name, and you have 3 minutes. Name and address. Thank you.
My name is Patricia Ellis. And
You can pull that mic down a little bit. There you go. Perfect.
My name is Patricia Ellis. I live on Blossom Lane, and I am here. I've been volunteer with Des Homeless in Fresno. I'm a citizen here. I work here. I'm a career person. And I've been, like all of you, seeing the homeless problem we have in town, and I see
the homeless encampments, and I see that, and it concerned me. And so I said I wanted to volunteer so I can go out there as just an ordinary citizen and see what's going on. And it's been really breaking my heart, the things I've been seeing. A lot of people may think that a lot of these people are out there, they're on drugs and they're addicted, but what I've seen is like a lot of lost people that need services such as mental health services. They need housing. That's the most important thing they need is housing. We're out passing out water. They'll say, oh, can you help me find a home? Do you help with housing? That's what a lot of them are asking me, and you try to tell them, where to go for services. I'm not sure the dollar amounts or what the city has, but I just know that something needs to be done because I've seen the encampments. The people are moved away and they have nowhere to go. Today, I was helping a family just from my heart because it broke my heart seeing this family with nowhere to go. So I'm dirty right now. I've been running around all morning trying to find a place for them to go with their dogs. I just think that if the city, if we're going to clear out a place, we need to have a place for them to go, like a stable place, like one area, so they can, like if we need the mental health people there or whatever services we need, they can have it like in one area. I know we have a Poverello house and those things, but I just, from my point of view, I just don't think it's enough from all the people that I've seen and see what's around our town. And I know we want our town to be a loving, giving town and help each other because everyone can't be like us, have careers and, be able to have a job and a nice home to go to. So I just wanted to voice my concerns that it's more than just people on alcohol and drugs out there. There's people that need homes.
Thank you. Thank you for your volunteer work. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to come forward? Please give us your name and address for the record. 3 minutes.
Hi, Des, homeless advocate. You guys have just opened up some cooling centers. You opened up 4 of them, Tetsi Wills, the one over on Butler. You have the one in Pinedale, and then you have another one. You have them all spread out. And they're actually in areas where you're not going to find a lot of the street family members. The bus system, and then they told us they were not going to open up the cooling centers until it was 105. I believe that within the past 2 weeks, you've had at least 14 people taken to the hospital by ambulance. One of them has 3rd-degree burns because he was found laying on the asphalt. He has 3rd-degree burns. He's in ICU right now. This is one of your community, part of your community that's out here on the streets. And I feel like you need more cooling centers. Poverello House and the Fresno Rescue Mission are well-established, long-time organizations here. I don't understand why they do not have a cooling center, especially when they want to corral everybody to that area, open up a cooling center so they can go in there during the day. Because I believe by putting all this pressure on the hospitals, their emergency rooms are full right now because people are going in there just to stay out of the... Oh, wait. Sorry. We need to stop spending less money at the hospitals just because we have it as a cooling center. There's a lot of people that need that emergency room, and I don't think we're utilizing the cooling centers like we should. We need to have them in areas where you guys want the homeless to go. Then maybe they should have cooling centers put there before they ask everybody to go down on the street. I just got a phone call that I need to go to Poverello House because they just picked somebody else up off the street with heat stroke. So this is not good. This is really not good. I don't understand why the Poverello House and Fresno Rescue Mission cannot have a cooling center. Is there any reason why? I mean, I know we can't ask questions, but really, why do they not have one if you guys are giving them all this money? If that's where you want everybody to go, why do we not have a cooling center in that area? Maybe the old Fresno Rescue Mission? A building? A Poverello House? You can't ask questions here?
You can ask questions. I don't have an answer for you, so you can. H might have an answer for you in the mayor's office. He's
Is there any talk about having a cooling center open over there soon?
Again, H might be the man to ask those questions too. I don't have a cooling center in my district. I don't have a community center in my district, so I have a lot of wants and needs in my district, so I cannot answer those questions.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Anyone else wish to come forward and discuss this item or any item, please do so. If you'll give us your name and address, you'll have 3 minutes.
Sorry. Again, I'm Keeper Frost, and I do not have an address. I want to address something with you guys because what I seen, it was very disturbing and honestly disrespectful. Over there off of Belmont near the zoo, where the unclaimed bodies of homeless people are buried at, it's nothing but dirt. The Asian cemetery that's right there as well has weeds that's not being taken care of. Why can't we get somebody out there, even if you got to pay the homeless people? I'm willing to go out there and do it. But just the fact being, I'm just saying that if you look at the cemetery across the street where people can pay for, gravestones and things like that, they're taking care of beautiful lawn and everything. But where the homeless are, it's nothing but a dirt field. It looked like literally it was abandoned. Fake flowers are there. There's really nobody that goes there to try to clean anything up over there. And for the homeless task force to always kick somebody out and not want to do something, for you guys to be paying all this money for their stuff, you guys can't pay for a cemetery to look nice for the homeless people that's body was already unclaimed. Homeless people are still humans too. That's my main concern right there. Because to me, honestly, it's disturbing that people, I don't want to walk by and I see a whole bunch of dirt, but yet I know that we go and hand out water over there. I'm homeless. I go out and I help hand out cold water to people so that they don't have heat stroke. That's my concern. So, honestly, I just think that y'all should do something about that, just to show a little bit more respect to the people that passed.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to comment on, if you've already spoke, you only get one opportunity. It was my mistake a moment ago. So please be respectful of everyone. So anyone else that has not spoken during unscheduled communications, this is the time to do so. Seeing none, we will close that portion of it. Member Chavez has a request.
President Kemper, I'd like to adjourn today's meeting in memory of Peter Bang from the Lao Veterans of America Club. He passed away a couple of weeks. His services will be this Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you. He was a great man. I knew him personally, and he will be missed. So now we will go to closed session. Does any member of the public wish to comment on any closed session items only? If not, City Attorney, please announce the closed session agenda.
Yes, we have the claim of Davis Moreno Construction first, and then we have labor negotiations concerning all of the listed bargaining units and Unit 2. I would not expect any announcements afterwards.
Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.